Our commissioners, first item on the regular docket number 0832023-10. Applicant is Lennox Corp, Arkansas Lithium Corporation. Mr. Honey is representing them, subject as the authority to operate pilot plant and establish lithium royalty. There are multiple locations. The county is Union, Field is South Bryan Unit, and South Expansion Bryan Unit. Would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, please?
Thank you. I note that this is actually a joint application of both Lanxess and Standard Lithium, and that I represent Standard Lithium and Mr. Tom Daly represents Lanxess. I anticipate that I will be the only attorney who's participating today, and the witnesses that I present on behalf of Standard Lithium.
Before we gravitate into that, Mr. Honey, I need to ask the commission, are there any recusals on this docket?
I have an interest in the West plant unit. I do not have an interest in the South unit. And I'll participate or I'll recuse at your.
We would request that you participate.
All right, so Commissioner Weiser, you are participating in this docket. Anyone else? Enough for the record that there was no other recusals. In terms of a motion to note his absence. All right, is there a motion from the commission in terms of excusing Commissioner Smith? I don't think so, Mr. Chairman.
I received an email this morning.
Motion from the commission, Commissioner Phillips. All right. All in favor, show of hands. Motion passes. Any other housekeeping matters we need to address? Oh, somebody already neglected to listen to Director Bengal.
Trying to put it on side.
Any other housekeeping matters we need to address before we gravitate into the merits of this docket? I can tell folks already, I've got 4 comment cards. So for the benefit of the commission and for those in the audience, we're going to get into the evidentiary part of the record. We will accept exhibits into the record as well. Commissioners, there are, as I understand it, 3 issues that you have to decide here this morning. One is, can the pilot plant operate after December 5th? The second is, pursuant to 15-76-315C2, can the pilot plant can or cannot properly extract substances from the brine solution other than bromine? And the third is, if number 2 establishes profitable extraction, what shall be the fair and equitable basis for accounting separately to each of the royalties in the unit for extraction of these substances? So commissioners, as we listen to the testimony and evidence in this case, those are the 3 issues that should be in the back of your mind. And then once we get done with the evidentiary part of the record and it's ready for adjudication, those 3 issues are the ones that you're going to have to decide. I've got 4 public comment cards. I'm going to go ahead and wait for the public comment because your comments may be reflective of what the evidence is. So we'll hear the evidence first, and then we'll take up public comments, and then we'll go ahead and go into adjudication. Commissioners, are you okay with that process? All right, Mr. Honey.
We good to go on the PowerPoint? I'll start with the identification of the exhibits that we will submit in support of this application. Exhibit A is a list of interested parties. I would note in regard to the list of interested parties that this application concerns only the South unit and the South expansion unit. We'll call it collectively the South unit as we go through. But I do want to note that this application is strictly limited to the south unit and the application, and I think this proceeding will restrict the result to the south unit. Exhibit B is the affidavit of service by first class mail. Exhibit C is the proof of publication of the notice of this hearing. Exhibit D is the definitive feasibility study, which was publicly filed by Standard Lithium in October. It is also posted on the Oil and Gas Commission website. Exhibit E is a hard copy of the PowerPoint slides that Mr. Robinson will use to illustrate his testimony, and you have all been provided with a similar hard copy. And Exhibit F is the current CV of Chip Bamberger, an expert in the field of economics, who I anticipate will be called probably in rebuttal to the testimony of the economist who has been retained by South Arkansas Minerals in support of their objections. I would move the introduction of exhibits A through F at this time.
Your motion is granted. Exhibits A through F are admitted into the record. And belt and suspenders, I've got a number of opposition comments, and I want to make certain that those are also admitted into the record. I've got an email from Mr. Hans Burrow. I've got that is dated November 30th, 2023. I've got a letter from Weyerhaeuser dated November 30th, 2023. I've got another email from a gentleman, Steve Card, dated December 1st, 2023. And I believe that is the sum of the emails that I have. I don't know if I'm missing anything, Mr. Kunkelton. I think those are the sum. I'm going to go ahead and admit those into the record as well, Mr. Honey. Do you need to do an opening statement, or you just want to gravitate into your presentation?
No, I might have a couple of brief comments, but then we'll move forward with Mr. Robinson's presentation.
Please proceed.
As Judge Moulton has informed the commission, we're here today to decide three issues. One is, I think, more or less ministerial. The pilot plant was authorized by this several years ago. The applicant will want to continue to operate the pilot plant going forward. Even
You getting it now?
Oh, I just had my audio turned off.
So it's working?
Yeah, I mean, here on.
Are you on Arcan? Are you on Zoom?
They got the Zoom open. I'm sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that, Mr. Honey.
No problem. Lord knows I can't do IT.
Right. Ms. Booth, has that been addressed? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Honey.
As I was saying, the pilot plant is something that the applicant will continue to operate, or desires to continue to opeate, even after full-scale production is established, when that hopefully happens. And because the operation of the pilot plant is dependent upon ongoing authority granted by the Oil and Gas Commission, one of the requests is that you approve a continued operation. The reason I mention it is it's possible that the commission may, after hearing the evidence, wish to table it until the next commission hearing, and table the ruling on the royalty until the next commission hearing. In that event, I am going to be asking that the commission authorize the pilot plant to continue to be operated in the interim. Turning to what's really on the meat of the coconut, there are two issues before the commission that were created by the Bryan Act when it was passed in 1979. That act provides that if in the future it should be determined that any substance other than bromine may be profitably extracted from brine, the Oil and Gas Commission will be responsible for determining what constitutes fair and equitable compensation, or more accurately, it says that that the producer shall account to the owners in the unit on a fair and equitable basis for the brine that is used to produce whatever the substance might be. So two issues the commission has to determine. First, that in this case, lithium may be profitably extracted from brine. We've introduced the definitive feasibility study, which I think answers that question. I will also ask Mr. Robinson at the conclusion of his testimony to formally express an opinion based on the information presently available that in his opinion, lithium may in fact be profitably extracted from brine, and we'll ask the commission to make a finding to that effect. And then the next question becomes determining a fair and equitable basis for compensating brine owners for brine, or we'll probably talk about it as a lithium royalty or a brine royalty. Mr. Robinson or Dr. Robinson will be my only witness. He has a PowerPoint presentation queued up that he is going to go through and make his presentation. And then I may have a couple of follow-up questions, but at this point, I'll turn it over to Dr. Robinson to make his presentation.
Doctor, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth.
It is.
All right, thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you hear me okay? Is that mic on? Yeah, I'll go with that one. Okay, thanks everyone. I'm just going to give basic rundown, a little bit of sort of lithium 101, just so that we're clear about what we're talking about. Hopefully that won't be anything new to you. Some discussion then about the project that we're looking to build, for which we are seeking the royalty to be agreed for. So this is specifically for our proposed project at LANXESS's South Plant, what we call our Phase 1A project. And then a little bit, we'll get into the royalty that we're proposing and why we believe it to be fair and equitable. Let me know if you can't see anything. I'm happy to take any questions as we go along. Please feel free to jump in. The
slide changing is up here.
It
it's
is.
pretty, yeah. Okay. So we're talking about developing a royalty for lithium. Lithium is a very important element. It is the lightest of all the metals. Its principal increase in the interest in that metal and its usage is for its a vital part of lithium-ion batteries. And then it's a sort of vital component of the 21st century's energy transition story. Based around EVs, renewable energy, etc., and the use of lithium-ion batteries. Lithium-ion batteries are crucial to this energy transition and also for many other aspects such as defense. In fact, lithium-ion batteries form a very large part of the modern US defense establishment going into battle in every occasion. Right now, lithium is formed from two principal ways. The first one, which happens predominantly in South America, in Chile and Argentina, is through the use of brine deposits, where brine is pumped to the surface, is evaporated in evaporation ponds, and sorry, I'm just having some issues with the internet connection. My apologies. Okay, back in business. So yeah, two main ways in which it's formed from a brine in South America, and approximately about a third of the world's lithium is developed from brine deposits in South America, evaporation ponds. Typically, they're making a product called lithium carbonate. Approximately another third comes from hard rock deposits, from classic hard rock mining typically in Australia. That concentrated mineral deposit is then shipped to China, where it's processed. The other third of global production for lithium comes from a range of locations, a large and increasing amount from China, small amounts from Africa, etc. Sorry, we are experiencing
internet connection problems. You want me to just kind of, because I think this is going to keep on happening. You want me to just keep on running through, or how are we going to?
All have hard copies. My suggestion would be, since the Wi-Fi and the IP.
This, yeah.
They do all have hard copies, but I think IT is trying to come to the rescue, Doctor.
Issue apparently resolved.
Back on the record. Please proceed.
So yeah, sorry, I was just saying, in terms of where lithium is sourced around the globe right now, third in South America, third in Australia from hard rock, third roughly China and a few other countries, Africa being an increasing amount. Currently, the US, very small amount of production domestically, a few thousand tons per year of lithium chemicals are produced from a facility in Nevada that has been producing since the mid 1960s. That's currently the only domestic production of lithium chemicals in the US. Lithium ion, obviously batteries forming the heart of EVs. That's been the focus of a lot of interest in the lithium growth story. Lithium forms a principal function in the battery, shuttling energy backwards and forwards during charging and discharging. The modern lithium-ion battery absolutely requires lithium as the key component of that battery. As battery technology evolves over the coming decades, and as we move to other different types of battery chemistries, such as solid-state batteries with higher energy density, higher power density, etc., lithium continues to form fundamental key role in any battery chemistries moving forward. The supply chain for battery materials right now, as I said, China is effectively dominating this story globally, whilst they do not produce the majority of the actual mining happening within China. They do control the vast majority of the supply chain in terms of refining, processing the chemicals, and then making the batteries in China. So this is currently very much a China-centered story for lithium-ion batteries. And in the US, currently, as I said, in this chart just here shows current production in the US very small de minimis numbers, approximately 1%. So that's a few thousand tons per year. Current projections for supply required in the US to fuel battery factories, which are planned, either are being constructed right now or are planned to be constructed in the very near future. Domestically, we need to get somewhere over or close to 800,000 tons of lithium chemicals by the end of this decade. So currently, domestically producing a few thousand tons per year of lithium chemicals from one small facility in Nevada. This country needs to get to close to 800,000 tons of production by the end of this decade and into the next decade. So a very, very large increase in domestic production of lithium chemicals is required to be able to fuel this energy transition story and meet it through domestic supply of those key chemicals. Standard Lithium, we've been working in Southern Arkansas since early 2017. We have been testing and de-risking the technologies required to extract lithium out of the Smackover Formation brines. We have come before the commission several times with respect to the demonstration plant, which is housed at Lanxess's South plant. I think some of the commissioners have had the opportunity over the years to visit that facility and take a look around. We have been working principally on technology, finding out, proving the right technology to get the lithium out of the brines. But we have a series of projects in the region, both in Southern Arkansas and in East Texas, where we are looking to deploy that technology that we've been de-risking and proving and build out a series of commercial projects in the Smackover Formation over the next several years. When we think about the resource which is present within the Smackover Formation, it is not the same across the entire footprint of that formation. The formation runs right away from Florida through into central Texas, where we are working, first of all, the Lanxess facility and the subject of this application. We have a very good lithium grade in that brine. So the lithium concentration in that brine underneath the south unit, as will be proposed to be produced in that first commercial plant. The lithium concentration is around just a little over 200 milligrams per liter. That is a good concentration lithium grade and is certainly economically viable, as the definitive feasibility study has shown recently. However, when we move elsewhere throughout the Smackover Formation, the lithium grade does vary. And so as we move westwards into southwest Arkansas, in an area where we're also developing a project, we see that the average lithium concentration in the brine underneath those series of leases is approximately double from what we see underneath the Lanxess South plant or underneath the Lanxess South unit. When we move across the state line into East Texas, we see that the lithium grade increases significantly again. So we move from an economic concentration in the brines underneath the South unit, and as we move westwards into southwest Arkansas, into East Texas, we do see the lithium concentration in the brine increase. That concentration increase has a very significant impact on the economic viability of projects. So as the lithium concentration increases in the brine, typically the economics of a project improve. It's not a direct linear manner in which they improve, but it is a very strong contributor to the economics of lithium projects. The reason that we are starting off at the Lanxess South plant with our first project is because we're looking to take benefit of the existing infrastructure that's already there. And we'll go into that in a little bit. Of note, the project in Nevada, the Silver Peak project, operated by Albemarle, been in operation since the mid-1960s. That's on federal land. To the best of our knowledge, that has no royalty attributed to production from that project for the last several decades. One of the things that we've been doing in South Arkansas at the Lanxess South plant is testing and refining a concept which is called DLE, or direct lithium extraction. This is different to how brine has been produced historically. And so the Silver Peak project in Nevada is a good example of what has been done historically for lithium production from brine. The way that that works is that brine is pumped to the surface into a series of evaporation ponds, these are very large pond structures, thousands of acres in size. The water is allowed to evaporate. Chemical reagents are added into the ponds to force contaminants to precipitate out. And at the very end of that process, which may take many months, often over a year, you're left with a lithium chloride solution. So a concentrated lithium solution is still a watery solution that contains much more lithium in it than when you pump the brine out of the ground. You then take that final lithium chloride solution and you convert it into the final chemical that you wish to sell. Typically from brines, it's easier to process to a lithium carbonate product. So that's typically the product which is produced from a brine type deposit. We can't do that in southern Arkansas because of topography, because of the weather, and also because production from the Smackover Formation needs you to re-inject the spent brine back into the formation to maintain reservoir pressures. So in order to be able to keep production from that formation for decades at a time, you have to put the brine minus the minerals that you're interested in back into that formation to maintain reservoir pressures. Otherwise, you would just lose reservoir pressure. You wouldn't be able to pump the brine out in the first place. So the brine has to go back in minus a few of those key things. And currently, that's what's been happening in southern Arkansas for decades. So that's actually what they do with bromine. They pump it to the surface, extract the bromine on a continuous basis, and then the tail brine minus bromine goes straight back into the Smackover Formation. And so the first project piggybacks onto that same infrastructure. We take their waste, basically, before it goes back into the ground. And instead of it going straight back in, we extract lithium, we give it back to Lanxess, and then it gets re-injected into the ground. Volumes remain effectively unchanged. Reservoir pressures can be maintained. In order to do that, we had to perfect a new way of extracting lithium from the brine. So instead of taking the brine out, letting it sit for over a year, we have to do it basically instantaneously. So the brine has to come in, we have to be able to extract the lithium from the brine in real time on a continuous basis. And that technique, or that philosophy, if you like, is called DLE, or direct lithium extraction. It's just a way of saying you got to have a chemical process that gets the lithium out in real time from the brine, and ideally leaves everything else in the brine as is. You don't want to take out any of the other materials. So there's a cartoon shown just here. There are many aspects to this process. It is not a simple one-step process. There are many different, we call them unit operations, but bits of chemistry, bits of engineering that have to happen in sequence to allow the lithium to be pumped to the surface, extracted from the brine, and then that product to be then further concentrated, purified, and then finally converted to the final product that you want to make. So complicated process, many steps involved in it. There are many benefits, though, for this type of application. So we get very high recovery of the lithium, so we make very high utilization of lithium that we pump to the surface because, frankly, it's very expensive to do so. So we want to recover as much of the lithium out of the brine that we can. In a typical evaporation pond, they probably only get, being generous, 50–55% of the lithium out of the brine. The rest just gets lost back into the subsurface or through other mineral phases. Whereas we seek to recover over 90% of the lithium in the brine, which is pumped to the surface. So we get very high recoveries, which is beneficial. Because it's a continuous chemical process, we get good purity, which is actually very helpful when you want to make a battery chemical material. And it also has a very small footprint. We are talking about a relatively small number of production wells, pipelines, a single processing facility, and then a relatively small number of re-injection wells. We do not have thousands upon thousands of acres of evaporation ponds and infrastructure required. So the footprint required to make this material, required for the 21st century, is relatively small. This is the sustainable solution to the sort of the generally thorny problem that's ahead of us. A little cartoon here just showing some of the key steps. I won't go into it in too much detail, but again, The brine comes to us for the purposes of our first commercial project at the Lanxess South plant. We receive the brine from Lanxess after they've extracted their bromine. So just before they're about to pump it back into the formation again, we take their tail brine, their waste brine. It comes into our facility. We have to do some initial pre-treatment. So there's a lot of chemistry, filtration, management of that brine to make it suitable to be ready for the direct lithium extraction. It then goes into the DLE, the direct lithium step. Think of it as a very efficient brine. It basically the brine comes in to a packed column, which is full of a resin material. That resin material is made to very selectively only pick up lithium coming out of the brine. It ignores effectively the calcium, the sodium, the magnesium, the boron, the potassium, etc., which forms the vast majority of the brine. So this particular resin just loves to grab onto the lithium ions only, takes those out of the brine, leaves everything else there. And so we are left with, we use some fresh water basically to then wash that lithium, which is stuck onto that resin material, and we make a lithium chloride solution out of the back end of that very key lithium extraction step, or the DLE step. So lithium comes in, we take a very small portion of that brine out, we just take the lithium out. Everything else in the brine passes through that selective filter material and then is available then to be pumped back underground again. So the brine minus the lithium goes back for reinjection. We've just selectively captured the lithium from that brine. We then take that and then we do some additional refinement, concentration, so we remove water. And then finally, we have to convert that. We add additional chemical reagents to turn that into a product that can be sold. For the purposes of our first project, we're going to make a product called lithium carbonate. That is a very common, typical feedstock used in making modern lithium-ion batteries. Some kind of high-level information. I won't go into the detail here. You know, the demonstration plant has been fundamental to us being able to prove that you can actually extract lithium from the Smackover brines, make a product that people wish to buy, and you can still make money doing it. The demonstration plant has been fundamental into that. Until we had built the demo plant and run it, nobody had done this globally with brines such as the Smackover brines. So we were the first movers in the space. We've spent over $40 million to date building, operating, optimizing, running that demo plant in South Arkansas. So we've spent a large amount of money at risk to date on figuring out the technology, getting it ready, training our operators, basically getting ready to move to the commercial operation of our first commercial facility. To date, the demo plant has processed, we've run over 15 million gallons of brine through that plant, so several 100,000 barrels of brine. We really turned that on in earnest back in the second quarter of 2020. It's still running today. We're still learning from the operation of that demo plant. It is key to our understanding of how to build and operate commercial scale facilities. Right now, we're employing over 30 people in the local region in and around El Dorado. And based on the work that we've done there, we're ready to move to commercial application of that technology, the same technology that's running there right now, which any of you could go and take a look at tomorrow, assuming we're allowed to run it tomorrow. And you could see how that operates and runs. What we hope to do at the plant over the coming quarters and years is gather additional data. There is still more to learn. Processing real brines in real time is complicated and difficult. We still continue to learn things even as of yesterday, new pieces of information, new data. This is a new and emerging technology, and the more data that we can gather at a scale that can be applied commercially is incredibly important to us. There's a photograph, aerial photograph there of Lanxess' South plant. The demonstration plant is difficult to see on that picture. I apologize. Is a sort of a large white tent structure in the back, sort of left edge of the facility. This is a great place for us to build our first commercial facility. Currently in the south unit, the blue outline is the south unit. The pale blue sort of block in the northwestern corner is the location of the south plant within the unit. The way that the unit is set up and operating at the moment is that production of brine typically takes place in the southern half of the unit. So there's a series of about 6 wells which produce the brine for the south unit. They're typically in the southern half. The brine is sent to the facility, to the plant. It's processed for bromine right now. It's then sent for reinjection, typically in the northern part of the unit. And that's the way that that is set up. And that is optimized for bromine production, because that layout is obviously the one established by Lanxess. That's how they operate the Lanxess South plant right now. We will be piggybacking into that existing setup. One thing that I do want to make clear is that the south unit can make a lot more lithium than on an annual basis than what is currently proposed in what we call our phase 1A project. Our phase 1A project, to keep things simple, to make it more commercially straightforward, we have simply negotiated an agreement with Lanxess where we process the brine that they're already processing. So we're not asking them to increase or change or modify their brine production profile. We're simply saying, keep on doing what you're doing right now for the purposes of bromine production. We will take your brine and we will extract lithium from that. The south unit, obviously, the distribution of wells for production is predominantly in the south. There is a lot more lithium that could be produced from the south unit, and certainly future expansion is something that we very firmly consider. And so therefore, there could well be additional annual production from the south unit in the future than what is kind of laid out in what we call our phase 1A project. So our phase 1A project, we take the brine that's just currently flowing there right now, but there is lots of potential to produce more brine, and therefore the annual production from that facility could increase in the future if commercial situations, et cetera, allow that to happen. So I just want to kind of make that clear. Why are we doing that there? As I said, it's a great place to build the very first DLE project, certainly in North America, and certainly one of the first ones on the globe, because we're looking to take advantage of the existing infrastructure. So there's already brine supply and disposal network. The wells are already in, the pipelines are already in, the plant is already there. There's already power, water, natural gas, obviously highways to the plant. There's already a skilled labor pool. There is rail to the project, and also a very long history of commercial brine production. So we're able to piggyback our first project on the back of all of that existing knowledge, infrastructure, and facilities. Also, the first project is proposed to be inside the fence of Lanxess on land that's owned by Lanxess. So it's on private land, relatively simple planning, zoning ordinances, etc. And the permits that are required to construct and operate that facility are well understood, and the timelines for approving them are, again, very well understood. We published the definitive feasibility study a few months ago, which laid out the key economic fundamentals of that first project. Again, we call it the phase 1A project. Just again, it's building on the brine that's already flowing at that plant right now. On the assumptions of our engineering consultants, the qualified professionals who prepared this definitive feasibility study for us, over the lifetime of the project, so these projects run for long periods of time. These are not short timescale projects, they run for decades at a time. First phase of production, we estimated at 25 years. And over that 25 years of production, there's an average lithium chemical production of around 5,400 tons of lithium carbonate produced every year from that facility. So on the scale of lithium projects around the globe, this is modest in scale. This is not an enormous project. 5,400 tons per year is very much at the smaller end of the scale of projects being proposed around the planet, but it's a sensible first step. Again, just using the brine that's already there and the concentration of lithium that's in the brine, we get to around that 5,400 tons a year. The capital, the CapEx required to build that project is on the order of $365 million. Obviously, that is just the processing facility. That does not, we don't need any wells or any pipelines. So that is just the processing facility to extract the lithium, purify it, concentrate it, make a final saleable product, in this case, carbonate. As a result, the capital intensity, which is the way that we think about the cost of the project to build, we think of that on a per ton basis. This project is certainly at the more expensive end of the scale because it is smaller in terms of total production. There are certain fixed costs associated with any new build that are reflected in the capital intensity. So certainly the capital intensity is towards the higher end of the spectrum at around a little over $67,000 per ton. There is a brine fee to be paid, which was not included in the definitive feasibility study. This brine fee is a commercial relationship between Standard Lithium and between Lanxess Corp, which effectively compensates Lanxess for providing us with the brine. So we are asking them to commit to a very long-term supply agreement to supply in order for us to be able to spend $365 million. We need a commitment from them that they are able to supply us the brine for the duration of that facility. And so therefore there is a brine fee that we would be paying to Lanxess, which basically covers that cost of them, provide or compensates them to some extent for them to provide us the brine every single day of the year at volumes which have been agreed for the lifetime of the project. So it's basically, it's a fee for a very long-term feedstock supply agreement, basically. It's being called a brine fee. It is confidential in nature. It has not been publicly disclosed. And it is unlikely that it will be publicly disclosed. It is intended to be a confidential commercial contract between Standard Lithium and Lanxess Corp. That the average OpEx, just below, with around $7,400 per ton of production, does not include the royalty, which we hope to agree on today. It does not include the brine fee to be paid to Lanxess. And then also, importantly, it does not include many of the costs which are associated with financing these sorts of projects. So it does not take into account debt repayment, which will be required as part of a project finance package, and a lot of the ancillary costs that would be attributed to building and financing such a capital-intensive project. There's a timeline here. I won't go into this. Basically, we hope to be breaking ground on this first commercial project in the second half of next year. So relatively soon. We want to have financing complete. We want to be breaking ground in the second half of next year. We are looking to be in commercial production in 2026. This will be the first new lithium project in the US for 6 decades, if we are successful. A little breakdown of the capital cost here. So again, I won't go into too much detail. Happy to get into this some more if needed. The brine comes to us from Lanxess inside the plant. That brine has effectively minimal, de minimis value associated with it. We have to spend the money on the capital expenditure to put that equipment in place for us to then derive value from that brine. And as you can see, the $365 million CapEx that's estimated to build that project, there are several points along that flow sheet where pieces of equipment and the installation of them are costing many, many tens of millions of dollars, with a total build, again, of around $365 million proposed to put that plant in place. This is a capital intensive, high risk investment that requires regulatory certainty as to the economic viability of the projects. There's been a lot of discussion, I think, in the popular press and in the media and in the mining and commodity world with respect to lithium pricing. I think last year, so in 2022, we saw lithium chemicals being sold on the spot market at, frankly, eye-watering prices, the likes of which the industry had never seen ever. And I think everyone thought that boom times were ahead for lithium. Subsequently, over the balance of this year, of 2023, we have seen the price of lithium chemicals come back to earth, to a more sense of reality. And to show you, here's just a chart of lithium pricing since early 2017, so sort of the last 7 years or so. And you can see that historically, prior to 2017, lithium chemical pricing was around $10,000 a ton, typically sub $10,000 a ton. As we came through the last part of the last decade, we saw lithium chemical pricing typically run in the high teens, was how that tended to run. Throughout the end of 2021 into 2022, we saw some unusual things happening in the market. We saw a definite supply-demand mismatch. I think we saw sentiment taking a strong role, and therefore we saw lithium chemical pricing reach some very high levels, up into the close to $80,000 a ton for lithium chemicals traded on the Chinese spot market. And then subsequently, we've seen lithium chemical pricing return to, I would say, more realistic levels. In our definitive feasibility study, based on the work of two groups of industry experts, we used a long-term price for forward non-adjusted for lithium chemicals of $30,000 a ton. That was the understood to be a good assumption for the long term, i.e. for several decades, average price for lithium chemicals. That was based on several sort of fundamental pieces of understanding. The simple cost of digging up hard rocks, shipping them to China, converting them to chemicals, tends to have a sort of a price fixing effect on what sort of the base pricing for lithium chemicals. And so that was one of the items that informed that estimate for future pricing of lithium chemicals. Right now, if you were looking to buy lithium carbonate in the Chinese spot market today, you would only need to be paying a little over $18,000 a ton. This will change over time. I think one of the few things that we can say is that this story, lithium chemical pricing in the future, will fluctuate. Supply and demand in the entire ecosystem around the planet will change over the coming years and the coming decades. We have our view on what we think reasonable and realistic prices are. No one's predictions are going to be exactly correct on this point. Smackover brine is very salty water, and it's what is actually in that brine. So it is very salty. It's approximately 10 times saltier than seawater. In a barrel of brine, when it's brought to the surface, there is a little over 20 pounds of sodium contained within that barrel. There's about 11 pounds of calcium within that barrel. There's just under 2 pounds of bromine dissolved within that barrel of brine. And there's a little over 1 ounce of lithium contained within that barrel of brine. So lithium is at very low concentrations. This is for the LANXESS South plant. It does vary, as I said earlier on. The lithium concentration does vary throughout the formation, but for the Lithium South plant, this is what barrel of brine brought to the surface looks like. It contains a little over an ounce of lithium in that barrel of brine. There's certainly been some discussion about how lithium compares to oil. I think in very simple terms, and certainly Dr. Hamburger can give much more better informed commentary on this if required. I'm not an economist. But as we understand it, oil and gas royalty payments are based on the production of effectively an unprocessed product available and pumped at the wellhead. That royalty is not based on final purified products like jet fuel or gasoline or things like that. It's the product at the wellhead. The brine at the wellhead contains a tiny amount of lithium dissolved within that brine. And there is no real intrinsic value for that brine at the wellhead. There is not a fungible commodity at the wellhead. You can't buy and sell that brine at the wellhead right now. So you have to think about the first sort of fungible product, which is right at the very end of a processing and purification flow sheet. So you have to do an enormous amount of work to basically make something which can be sold on the open market. And that involves a lot of capital and operating costs to affect that and make that final saleable product, as well as considerable intellectual property, commercial know-how. And so there is a fundamental difference between how these two things should be thought of. The economics of oil projects and lithium projects look very different. Oil projects are not as capital intensive, and we've used an example from a Permian well in this example. It could be another one, and we're not oil and gas experts. But typically, and as with publicly declared information, paybacks on oil projects, they're typically in sort of a 6 months to a year type basis. Obviously, that will vary. For the proposed payback period for our Lanxess, the phase 1A project, it's measured on a number of years. And again, that's because the capital intensity is so high for these projects. And therefore, it takes a long time to pay that capital off. But then also, the other thing to bear in mind is that then these projects run for a very long period of time. So the royalty, which will exist and endures for decades, rather than a handful of years. So it's a very different beast in terms of thinking about the duration of payment for the royalty from these projects. And I'll lay out here just some of the key principles as we kind of went into suggesting and proposing our royalty structure. One of the things that we really wanted to achieve was that the royalty that would be paid on lithium produced from the brine would be simple to calculate, and that it would be easy to understand for everyone. We wanted to make it transparent with minimal estimates and assumptions. There are many ways in which you can calculate a royalty. And for the most part, as soon as you get into any type of a net back, or you're trying to extract some of the costs of production, you've sort of forced into a situation where a lot of confidential commercial information would need to be disclosed. And as a publicly reporting company, we typically do not wish to produce and publicize all of the key cost breakdowns of everything that we do as a producer of a final commodity product. And that is consistent with existing lithium producers who are, again, publicly traded companies. They do not publish any information in their quarterly filings or in any of their publicly available documents relating to project profitability, cost breakdowns of how they produce that material for sale, etc. Whereas we wanted to put in place a royalty which didn't need to get into those fine detailed assumptions. It would be simple to understand, and that the estimate was easy to calculate and could be well understood. we wanted to guarantee the mineral owners a minimum royalty on the product that was sold. We wanted that the mineral owners would benefit when there is a higher lithium carbonate price, so that when we are benefiting from a high lithium sales environment, as I showed you that chart earlier, so like when it's boom times, then the mineral owners would benefit from additional royalty that would flow to them when we see a higher lithium price for what we're selling at the plant gate. And then we also wanted to share, if we produce more lithium, so if we make more tons of product on an annual basis, then the mineral owners would also receive more money. So the more that we sell for the higher price, the mineral owners get a higher royalty. And that was the fundamental basis behind what we proposed. We wanted to ensure that what we're proposing is strong and reasonable compared to comparable royalty structures. And we also, frankly, we need to ensure that the royalty is consistent with an economically viable project for the long term. The royalty has to allow us to finance, construct, and operate the facility, still make money, pay off the debt that's required to finance and build the project, keep our equity partners online, and allow a project to be financed and to be viable. We looked at some other royalty structures to help guide us in this instance. We looked at the lithium royalty payable on federal lands. As I mentioned, that is effectively 0%. So any lithium project constructed and operated on federal land in the US pays 0 royalty. We looked at the lithium royalty scenario in Utah, which is being discussed actively in the legislature at the moment. We looked at the lithium extraction excise tax that has recently been approved in the legislature in California. We looked at similar royalty structures for battery type materials in the US. So we looked at some flake graphite projects in Alabama, some spodumene projects throughout North America. And obviously we took into account the existing royalties which have been established in Arkansas for bromine and for salt. So what we proposed is that the royalty for the LANXESS Phase 1A project only is based on a tiered structure where that royalty rate that the mineral owners see increases as the realized sale price for lithium carbonate that we produce at the plant increases, as well as the amount of lithium that we produce increases as well. So what we proposed is a minimum proposed royalty of $400 per metric ton of lithium carbonate that is produced and sold. And that effectively matches, it's not intended to be a direct analog or mirror to the California lithium extraction excise tax, but it is meant to be in the same order of magnitude as what was discussed and legislated in California for the production of lithium chemicals. So a minimum amount of $400 per ton of lithium carbonate produced from the Phase 1A project. And that royalty would then increase on a per ton basis as our realized sales price for that lithium carbonate increases. So when we get over $30,000 a ton, that royalty increases to $500 a ton, over $40,000 a ton, $650 a ton, over $50,000 a ton to $800 a ton, and over $60,000 a ton, it would be $950 a ton. We propose that we would do this on a quarterly basis. So we basically look back on the quarter that just happened. We would average our price that we received over that quarter. So if over that quarter we'd sold X hundred tons and the average price that we had realized over that quarter was $41,000 per ton that we sold it for, then the mineral owners would get $650 per ton as the royalty for that sale. So simple to calculate, very well understood, requires no additional input of data other than very simple sales at the gate, average price sales at the gate for the previous quarter. The comparison to the California excise tax. Again, we're not trying to say that we're proposing the same thing as the California excise tax. California excise tax was developed for a slightly different purpose. It was basically to compensate the state for when production took place on state lands. But it was a process that went through legislation, it went through a lot of hearings, it went through commentary from all interested parties, both the potential producers, as well as other mineral owners in the area. Obviously, the state was a big part in that. And they came up with and negotiated and agreed a structure which basically said for the first 20,000 tons produced in the state, there would be a tax rate of $400 per ton. Over 20,000 tons, but under 30,000 tons, there would be a tax rate of $600. Over 30,000 tons, $800. So it's a different structure. Okay, the California one was intended to incent, if you like, early production, and then once cumulative production got to a certain level, then a tax rate would kick in for the state of California. We're not intending to mirror this particular taxation regime. We're simply trying to say this forms a good baseline for understanding what an agreeable amount is on a per ton basis for lithium chemical production in currently in the US. This is the only example available in North America and the US right now, whereby any sort of royalty or payment for the production of lithium chemicals has been developed. So there is nothing else within the US that we can point to whereby some negotiated, agreed, publicly agreed payment for the production of lithium chemicals has been put in place. Key thing in the California case is that the mineral owners do not benefit from higher lithium prices as we are proposing. So we are proposing something different. We're just trying to sort of frame the order of magnitude as being similar to what has been agreed in California. Under our, there are some examples provided here, and under many or very many of the scenarios, what we're proposing that will be paid to the mineral owners at the Lanxess South and the Lanxess South unit is comparable to or better than what would be paid from the California excise example. And again, as we talked about, we tried to use the existing bromine royalty as a guide to help. We tried to use the existing royalty structure in Arkansas, again, to help guide our thinking. Right now, the current bromine royalty in the state is set at around $67 an acre. The South unit encompasses about 38,000 acres. That is what is contained within that existing Lanxess South brine unit. When you calculate that per ton basis, we end up with a per acre basis that would be paid from the sale of lithium chemicals that would be either equal to or substantially better than the existing bromine royalty that is paid to mineral owners in that South unit. And remember, that's for a chemical which is present at a concentration at least 10x less than the bromine. So despite the lithium being present in that brine at least a 10 times lower concentration than the bromine, the mineral owners would still be receiving a royalty which is comparable to or better than what they receive for the bromine royalty. Again, there's another little example here, just kind of running through how our proposed royalty structure works on a percentage basis relative to the bromine royalty, which is in existence. And again, it is comparable to or better than that which is proposed, which is present within the existing bromine royalty on a percentage basis. We looked at some other structures around the US for things like flake graphite, spodumene, which is a hard rock type lithium asset. These materials take benefit of the fact from that there is a product in the middle of that, from the very raw product to the final sales product. There is a material in the middle of there which is sold. So they take benefit of the fact that there's an intermediate product that can be traded, bought and sold. And so when you look at the royalties that are paid on those are typically on those intermediate products rather than the final sales product. Whereas we have to sell and make the final sale product. That's the only thing that can be bought and sold on the market. When we look at the royalties which are attributed to these based on a final process material, they're a much lower royalty for flake graphite, for spodumene in the US than we are proposing for lithium chemicals from the South unit. So we're paying a much stronger royalty in the South unit than is proposed for similar materials elsewhere in the US. So again, just to conclude, we've put forward a royalty structure to be paid on a per ton of production basis. We want it to be fair and equitable to the mineral estate owners. We think it is simple to calculate, easy to understand. It's very transparent with very few estimates, assumptions, other numbers that need to be incorporated, etc. It's a very straightforward thing to understand. We guarantee the mineral owners a minimum royalty on any product sold. The mineral owners benefit when lithium sales prices are high, they get a higher royalty. Landowners benefit from higher production on an annual basis. So if we make more lithium products from that unit, the mineral owners will get a higher royalty. We think it's a very strong proposed payout relative to other comparable royalty structures. And then importantly, it is set at a level which allows us to potentially, still to be determined, to finance, construct, and operate the proposed project on a viable basis. That's the end of my testimony.
Thank you, Doctor.
Before I pass the witness, I do have one kind of housekeeping question. Dr. Robinson, with the information you now have available, in your opinion, may lithium be profitably extracted from brine produced from the South unit?
Yes, it may.
I want to pass the witness this time.
Mr. Perkins, you are recognized. Could you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Thank you, Judge. Alan Perkins. I have entered an appearance in this matter on behalf of South Arkansas Minerals Association. We presented a written objection. Do you want me to introduce those things now? Just for the record.
Yeah, I did not incorporate yours. I assume you were going to move for admission of it during your presentation.
I'll do that.
All right. The motion is granted. I've got a letter dated November 27th, 2023 from South Arkansas Minerals Association, the objection to the application of Latix Corp and Arkansas Lithium Corp for the establishment of a royalty. Again, for the record, I've got, in addition to this one that has just been admitted, I've got 4 other objections. I've got one for CTC Minerals, dated November 21st, 2023, authored by William Weiss, president of CTC Minerals. I've already admitted Albemarle's objection, authored by Steve Card. I believe I've admitted Warehouse's objection and Mr. Hans Burroughs. I believe those are the written objections we have. Mr. Perkins, would you like to conduct an examination?
I would. Thank you, Judge.
Please proceed.
Dr. Robinson, you made several points about the project here, the project 1A in the South plant, in the Lanxess South unit. And I want to just go back to some of those to make a point. This Arkansas Lithium is not going to drill any wells, right? In the South unit.
Yeah, as contemplated right now, the project is based on a brine production plan, I think, and this is in the DFS for the first 25 years of production. So we have modeled what the existing well system, which is in place, can produce over 25 years. And I think there are 3 5-year increments also contemplated. So as it stands right now, no additional wells are proposed in that DFS. In the future, additional wells may be added if it's commercially reasonable, logistically feasible, etc. Over the duration of the project, additional wells may be added, absolutely.
But just focusing on the project that the definitive feasibility study was based on and what you presented here today, I think the way you put it is you're going to piggyback onto the Lanxess South plant operation. Is that right?
Correct.
And so also you made some distinctions between what your project is and oil and gas operations. Let's make some more distinctions. This is not a production process. This is a processing plant, correct?
That's reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah. And so the royalty here is not based on the production of some raw material from the ground. It's based on this processing plant that you're going to place onto the tailpipe of the existing Lanxess plant.
That's the final product is the only time we can get a view of what the value of what's being made is.
Right, right. And so unlike when a company undertakes to drill oil and gas wells, there's no geological risk here. You're ensuring a supply of tail brine from an existing operation that's been in operation for decades, right?
They are basically committing to supply us to operate infrastructure for a very long period of time to guarantee us supply of a feedstock.
And other than the interconnection, the pipelines to interconnect your Arkansas lithium plant with the Lanxess facility and then to return the tail brine, all of the infrastructure to produce the brine is already in place and being operated today by Lanxess, right?
Yes.
All right. So there's no geological risk and no production risk in this kind of facility. It's a processing plant.
Well, sorry, I just clarify. There are assumptions made about what the lithium concentration will be over time. So there is certainly potential resource risk in terms of in 20 years time, let's say, what will be the lithium concentration in the brine that is coming into the plant. So we still can't control the natural environment.
But you've been studying that for 5 or 6 years and you feel very confident about that.
We feel sufficiently confident that we are entering into project finance.
So in your September 6th press release from Standard Lithium, it says the phase 1A project is substantially de-risked as we move rapidly towards commercialization. That's still a true statement?
Yeah.
And at least you wouldn't be moving on to build a processing facility if you didn't believe Lanxess could provide the feedstock, right?
Right.
I want to touch on a couple of your examples. The California excise tax, again, it's a tax, not a royalty. You already said that. Those minerals are owned by the state of California. It's not minerals owned by private individuals. And are you aware that the statute that created that excise tax also provides for that leases for those minerals must include at least a minimum of 2% royalty on top of the excise tax?
I think just to get into this, I think if there are really detailed discussions on the excise tax in California, those are going to be much better directed to witness in terms of.
Well, I just asked if you were aware.
Yeah,
of it.
yeah,
Are you
yeah,
aware of it?
yeah.
And did you bother to try to find any of those leases that exist in California for those minerals to see what the royalty rate might actually be?
As it kind of laid out we looked for a number that was in the public domain that would be paid for lithium chemical production. And we used that as the basis for the starting block of what we proposed.
You also compared it to the existing bromine royalty. And I want to talk about that for a minute. So that royalty was set decades ago, correct? And that the money that comes from the production of brine initially and the extraction of bromine is what pays for all of the existing infrastructure that you're going to connect your plant to at Lanxess, right?
I'm not sure I understand that.
How does the Lanxess facility that exists there today, what they produce bromine and bromine products, is that right?
That's correct, yeah.
And that all comes from the brine in this instance in the south unit.
Yeah.
And Lanxess is a going concern.
To the best of our knowledge.
So the royalty that's being paid to the mineral owners now accounts for the expenses that Lanxess had to sink into building that facility and operating that facility. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in operations. That's just common sense, right?
I'm not sure I quite follow the point on the royalty there.
You're not intending to try to force the mineral owners to pay a second time for all the existing infrastructure that's there now out of their share of minerals, right?
But our intent through the brine fee with Lanxess is that compensates Lanxess for maintaining the infrastructure and also guaranteeing a long-term supply of brine.
Very good. Now, you talked also about the price of lithium, and we agree that lithium is an international commodity that has a volatile market.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a market which has evolved significantly in the last decade. The contracting of lithium, the sales and purchase of lithium chemicals has changed significantly in the last decade. The role of certain more publicly available pricing reference points has played a larger part than it did historically.
And obviously, as Standard Lithium reviewed the financial feasibility of this project, you relied on experts to help you the best you could try to predict what's going to happen in the future, at least with some comfort. Otherwise, the project wouldn't be feasible unless you had some idea what lithium carbonate was going to be worth sometime in the future. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So on page 147 of the definitive feasibility study, you can turn to it if you'd like. So I'm going to read a little section. It says Global Lithium LLC. That's one of the expert prognosticators about market prices. Estimates that average large contract pricing will remain between $50,000 and $60,000 per U.S. ton, or U.S. dollars per ton. That's TONNE, not TON. Through 2030, based on the assumption that demand will exceed battery quality supply until at least the early 2030s. The price forecast in figure 19-5 shows multiple price scenarios, including an average of the price forecasts of the three major investment banks, the projection of China spot price by Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, with pricing considerations in an oversupply situation and the price if the high cost facility production was curtailed. Does that sound familiar? And then you go on to say that for purposes of estimating new project future cash flows, Global Lithium LLC recommended a conservative approach using the forecast high end of the cost curve. Although Global Lithium LLC forecasts global pricing well above the gray line in figure 19-5, using a conservative price is recommended in case of unforeseen market circumstances. From 2031 to 2036, Global Lithium recommended using a price of $30,000 US dollars per ton for economic evaluations. And that's what Standard Lithium used, correct?
That was the advice from the external experts.
And
used.
you can't, it's not a good idea to take a single snapshot and say, well, today the price is lower, so that estimate's just out the window. This was a view of the long-term prospects for lithium, right? And do you still have faith in what your experts said in the definitive feasibility study?
That is the best advice that we have received to date. I think, Alan, as I said, the lithium industry, how materials are bought and sold, where they are bought and sold has evolved significantly over the last decade. It will likely evolve and change more over the coming decades. Certainly as domestic production comes online, hopefully, if it's allowed to, in the US, then you may see different pricing mechanisms develop for domestically produced lithium chemicals. We cannot predict that. All that's publicly available at the moment is effectively, and is used a lot in terms of the modern commentary, is what's often referred to as the Chinese spot price. It represents approximately 15%, 15% of the total lithium market, but it's the only one which is publicly visible.
And I'm glad you mentioned that, because this would be a domestic supply, obviously, and don't you expect that a domestic supply of lithium would be more desired by U.S. companies than buying their lithium from China?
We would hope so, but we don't know that. There is no mechanism at the moment to quantify that.
That's all I have for this witness.
Tony?
Just a couple of points. Mr. Perkins made the statement that the bromine royalty paid for the infrastructure to produce bromine, and that's not correct. The owners of the mineral, the bromine, they don't pay a dime to drill wells or produce bromine, do they?
They don't.
That's all paid by license. And you in turn pay license a brine fee for the privilege of the investment that license.
It is effectively a feedstock supply agreement, which ensures, because if we are going to finance these very expensive projects, we need certainty. And this is a unique situation. For other projects in Arkansas, it's not the case. But for this particular situation, we need to gain certainty of supply for a very long period of time. And the brine fee to be paid to Lanxess is the payment for that.
And the brine is not effectively, but is the raw material that you use to produce the final product.
Correct.
And the owners of the brine have already received the royalty on bromine for the same brine.
Exactly.
And they're now going to receive, in addition to that, a royalty on lithium
Correct.
without having to spend any money or take any risk.
Exactly that.
That's the witness.
Mr. Perkins?
Nothing.
Commissioners, any questions? And I have been asked to remind you to take that microphone, pull it close to your mouth, and press the green button before you talk. Mr. Phillips?
The plant, that you're gonna build at the south plant, Is it going to be able to handle the total capacity of the volume of the water that that plant produces?
It is designed to handle the volume of brine that Lanxess pump right now, plus a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in your supply line off the tail brine that you have, that you've been doing your testing with, we've heard testimony in previous hearings, it's like a 1-inch line, it's small. You're taking a small sample.
It's a 4-inch line. It's 50 gallons a minute that comes through that line. Yeah.
Which is what percent of the total volume that'll go through there?
It's about a 60 times scale up from what we process right now to the commercial plant.
Is your statement that you're gonna be able to handle that much water at velocity? Is it that you're speculating that from scaling up, or have you actually tested it at that velocity and know that you can make it work?
So we know the way that the project will be scaled up is taking what we've got and then adding multiples of those in the commercial plant.
My question is, have you tested it at that volume rate?
We've tested the plant at 50 gallons a minute. The commercial plant will be 3,000 gallons a minute. But,
how many tons a month of lithium carbonate are you expecting or projecting to produce from the south plant?
so the total initially the concentration is higher. So when we first start the commercial plant, so year one, the grade coming into the plant is at the highest it will be. And then it tails off over time, over the 25 years of production.
So what is it year one? What is
Year one, I think Jason is the best. Yeah, 5,700, 5,700 tons per year and change a little bit more per year.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Mr. Wolford?
Just two questions. I wanted to go back to dealing with the uniqueness of this project compared to where you perhaps have other projects. To replicate the well infrastructure and so forth that Lanxess has, what would you estimate that would cost in a different setting?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't done that exactly. We have looked at it for some of the other projects that we're developing. These are expensive. These are expensive wells. I think on a per well basis, these are typically on the order of $5 million a well to drill and install. So each well, both, that's for production and then for reinjection, a little bit cheaper. But these are expensive holes in the ground because they're intended to last for decades, basically. The pipelines are, again, they're specialized. They're a very high grade fiberglass pipeline is required for pumping this brine, so they're expensive to put in place. Typically, and I can't say exactly for this project because we haven't priced it out. When we look at other projects where we do intend to drill the wells, put the pipelines in, that, as we call it, the brine field, if you like, accounts for somewhere between a fifth to a quarter of the total capital cost.
So in this case, you would talk about a $100 million type of.
It's expensive, yeah.
Your agreement with Lanxess, you say is proprietary.
It's confidential.
Confidential.
Yeah.
And therefore, we can't see the costs associated with that. Can you typify them as de minimis compared to all the other costs? Your other operating costs or other capital costs?
Yeah, I mean, they are meaningful. I would not describe them as de minimis. It is a meaningful number, which is intended, again, to compensate Lanxess for committing and is a commitment to supply the feedstock for our plant for a minimum 25 years. So it is intended as compensation for that.
So in this agreement, if Lanxess were to encounter a circumstance where they can no longer commercially extract bromine, they are going to continue to deliver fluid to you.
that's the current basis for the agreement.
Just thinking, we heard some conversation about risk, so you're when we think about risk in in this existing field, is loss of well, power outages, things like that, kind of the more common type risks that you think of, rather than you're not gonna have drilling costs or drilling risk or those types of things.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And so price then also becomes a significant risk factor. Did y'all stress your economics as you came into this? Where is your break even?
Well, it's not so much the break-even point. There are still many factors that we have to account for in building the first commercial project. So we are in a process of securing project finance. Project finance is a mix of equity as well as debt. Obviously, we're in a high interest rate world at the moment, and therefore debt is more expensive than it was several years ago. When we think about the project viability, we have to take into account and balance all of those factors. So the final capital cost is also still to be determined. To be clear, we put forward our engineering and our external consultants' best guess in terms of real cost that went into the definitive feasibility study, but it's not still the actual where we signed the check for. So that's still to be finalized. The cost of debt still obviously being finalized. So we've put together a royalty structure which leaves us with, when everything is balanced, there's still a project that works.
Have you input the proposed 12.5% royalty structure, and how does that affect your economics?
That results in a project that does not work.
What are the key metrics in your industry that you look at? We're used to net profit value, payout time, internal rates of return. If you could explain, why you use like an 8% discount factor and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, the one of the highest order things that we have to consider, again, this is for a company like Standard Lithium looking to build what we're going to build. So we have to take some debt against the project. The debt provider pretty much always takes precedence in every financial structure that you have. Their ability to lend you the money completely lies on your ability to pay back the debt plus the interest. So that debt, as they call it, the debt service coverage ratio, that's probably the highest order financial metric that we look at when we are establishing whether something works or not. If you're a company that has a balance sheet and you can finance it yourself, that's a different story. But for us, that's key for us.
The 8% discount factor, what does it represent?
That was just the economist view for the DCF model. An 8% discount was what was used to discount future cash flows. I'm not an economist. That was their choice. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? Commissioner?
He asked you, Andy, about 12.5%, and we didn't hear it. What did you say?
I said that makes the project not viable.
Say that. Speak in the microphone, please.
The 12.5% that Commissioner Wolford suggested, which was proposed, that results in a project which will not work. The economics will not work at that royalty rate on the final product. Yeah.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner? Chairman?
How many tons a day do you think you will produce?
Roughly 18 tons a day of product. Yeah.
Right. You take the math. Well, I took the number off this sheet right here, 5,400 tons, and I divided it by 365, and that comes to 14.79 a day. Well, when you do the math times $30,000, that comes to $162 million a year. Okay, you take your expense of 73.90 per ton and do the multiplying out, and you come with a net number of $122 million a year. Does that sound like a number you've been working with?
That does not take into account the royalty.
All right,
It doesn't take into account the brine fee to be paid to Lanxess, as we mentioned. So that's not included there. It also does not take into account the interest payments that would need to be paid back to the debt provider that would be financing the project.
all right. Now you got right here on this page, you got $7,390 per ton, average operating expense. Does that have Lennox in that number?
No, that does not include, it doesn't include the royalty. It does not include Lanxess's brine fee. And again, it doesn't include any of the costs of financing. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other commissioners?
Using those numbers, 5,700 tons per year. It is using 5,700 tons per year at picking your price number. Would you assume that you would have a gross sales between $200 and $285 million in that year, and you would pay somewhere between 3 and 4.275 million in royalties? Does that calculate out pretty close?
Well, that's not including any of those additional costs.
Well, the royalty is going to bear the cost.
Yeah, so there's the royalty, the Lanxess brine fee, and then the financing costs would need to be taken out.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the commission? Any follow-up from council based on the line of questions from the commission? Mr. Honey?
No.
Mr. Perkins?
No.
All right. Tony, do you rest?
Concludes our presentation.
Subject to rebuttal,
Correct.
potential rebuttal. Commissioners, you've been going for a little more than an hour and a half. Do you need to take a 5 or 10 minute break before we get into Mr. Perkins' presentation? What's the commission? Just keep going. I don't know how long Mr. Perkins' presentation is going to take, commissioners. Mr.
It
Perkins?
won't take that long, but I don't know what I could time it, sorry. 20, 30 minutes, I'm guessing.
It's up. I don't want to break up your presentation in the middle of it. That would be the. Do you think you can finish up in 25 minutes in terms of your presentation or no?
It'd be close to that.
Again, what's the pleasure of the commission? What would you like to do? Do you want to break right now? Mr. Chairman, what do you want to do? There are a lot of people here, and I am confident that, well, first off, I don't think we're going to finish up before lunch. That's number one. So these folks are going to have to fend for themselves, more likely than not, out on Maumelle Boulevard to find something to eat. All right, Mr. Perkins, please proceed.
All right, well, first of all, I submitted, as you mentioned earlier, an objection, and which had 2 exhibits. Exhibit 1 was the list of members of the South Arkansas Minerals Association. Exhibit 2 was an expert report by Mr. Eric Krause and his colleague at Applied Economics. I would ask that our objection and the two exhibits be admitted into the record.
They can't hear you.
Okay, how's that?
From my perspective, it sounds just the same as the previous time, Mr. Perkins, but yeah, those microphones are sketchy too. That one's gonna be better.
All right, how's that?
Oh, that's better.
Much better, okay. Then I'll repeat my request that our objection and the two exhibits be admitted into the record.
I think they've already been admitted, but
Okay.
I will,
wasn't real clear on.
yeah,
on-
they are, your motion is granted, those, your objection and your exhibits are admitted.
All right, then, as you know, I've brought with me Mr. Eric Kraus, who's an economics expert. I previously submitted his curriculum vitae, and there's additional information about his background in the report, and informed you that I would be asking you today to recognize him as an expert in the field of economics.
I've read his resume, his background, his education, his experience. He meets the qualifications for an expert. Your motion is granted.
All right, and then I would ask that the witness be sworn,
You would ask what?
that the witness be
Oh,
sworn.
I'm sorry. Sir, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed, Mr. Perkins.
All right, can you pull up your presentation? As you know, he did submit a report. These are just a few slides that basically are excerpts from the report, so we don't have to read the whole report to you. Let's start out with just a brief introduction. Eric, will you give the commission a very brief synopsis of your advanced degrees and a short summary of your work history, and in particular, your experience in areas related to royalties?
Absolutely. First, apologies. I have been fighting off the flu, so that's the reason for the mask. And so I apologize for that. My name is Eric Kraus. I am with Applied Economics Consulting Group in Austin, Texas. Please don't hold it against me, attended the University of Texas at Austin for both undergrad and grad school, went to business school there. I advised Alan we may want to skip that, but I did get a degree in economics in undergraduate school from the University of Texas, as well as my master's in business administration with a concentration in finance years later. I've been with Applied Economics for over 20 years. Applied Economics is a boutique consulting firm based in Austin and Houston. We do a combination of litigation and business consulting. When I say litigation consulting, I mean generally expert work in the area of economics and finance, issues of valuation, issues of damages. I've done a significant amount of oil and gas damages work, both in commercial litigation, as well as a great deal of royalty litigation. Royalties all over the country, from federal royalties offshore, royalty disputes in places like Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Montana, California, Colorado, Wyoming, everywhere that there is crude oil and natural gas royalty disputes, both in the class action context and non-class action context. I've done probably 50 matters dealing with that as a testifying expert. In addition, I've done a significant amount of consulting expertise work for the oil and gas adjacent industries in the areas of processing, midstream, gathering, compression, downstream, financial trading, to valuation of upstream assets like wells, units, things of that nature. We've dealt with the royalty accounting not just in disputes, but also in a consulting role. We've been engaged to build unit decks for companies like Chevron, Statoil, for units all over the country. I have been involved in disclosure. I've been involved in a number of Arkansas royalty disputes. I was engaged by Southwestern Energy to present opinions with regards to the calculation of cost of service rate making for their gathering pipelines, their midstream pipelines, as well as being involved in some class action disputes over royalty valuation for XTO and BP in Arkansas as well. So I am not just in the oil and gas industry. I have also done a substantial amount of work in the intellectual property industry, valuation of patents, trademarks, and a big part of that is royalties. In most intellectual property disputes, one of the key damages elements is a proposed running royalty rate or a hypothetical royalty rate. So certainly that experience comes to bear as well in reaching my opinions. Primarily applied economics and myself, we do deal with commercial litigation in the areas of economics and finance. And the areas we've most focused on are valuation and damages. And so the type of analyses that I've done here are consistent with that type of work.
Thanks, Eric. And so in this case, you were engaged by South Arkansas Minerals to review the proposed royalties from Lanxess and Arkansas Lithium, and then to evaluate the economic information in their definitive feasibility study report and to develop opinions about a fair and equitable royalty. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
All right. So after you conducted your analysis, you produced a report. Is that right? Dated, let's see, November 27, 2023, that was attached to our objection in this matter?
That's correct. My colleague, Angela Pasley, who's a CPA, who's also with Applied Economics, she and I developed this report together, and we presented it in November.
And as you sit here today, are you confident that report is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? Nothing you need to go back and correct or anything of that nature?
Certainly is correct and accurate to the best of my knowledge, and is predicated on the analysis that was performed based on the Standard Lithium definitive feasibility study as submitted.
Okay, so we'll jump right into it then. You've prepared this sort of summary presentation to assist in relating the findings of your report to the commission. And we're going to walk through that together. Why don't you begin by giving the commissioners just a summary of the primary opinions that you developed after your review?
Sure. So based on my review of the definitive feasibility study, as well as the royalty proposal, it's my opinion that, or it's our opinion, Ms. Pasley and my opinion, that the proposed royalty is not reasonably fair and equitable, given the economic upside, the economic value that is projected by Standard Lithium to be derived from this project. We believe there is more economic value to be shared with the mineral owners than what's proposed. We think what's proposed is small, and we think it is not reflective of the value that's being extracted from the owner's land. That said, especially as someone who often works for industry and has worked for these types of companies, I of course take into consideration that these projects have to make economic sense. You can't create burdens that are so high that there's no point to imposing them, because it makes the project not make sense. So that's why we did a study based on the definitive feasibility study to determine what we thought would be more appropriate. What they propose represents a 1.33% royalty. at their base case of a $30,000 per ton price, their proposal is 1.33% attributable to the royalties. So given the price difference between something like bromine, something like salts, the types of comparators they've used, that seems low. So we did look at the three comparables that they use, and we don't find two of them, we don't find comparable on an economic basis. We think the market for lithium is so different from bromine and salt that you can't really use them as reasonable comparators. The economics and the margins are squeezed so much more by those prices that it doesn't really make a good comparator. And then their California comparison, in our opinion, isn't fulsome. It doesn't represent the full picture of what the actual royalty is. It's just an excise tax. To be clear, they acknowledge that. They say, look, we're just looking for what's in the public domain. We see this excise tax for what's on state lands. We're not saying it's a royalty, but when you look into it, you can see it's both an excise tax and a minimum royalty of 2%. And we believe there's evidence that those actual royalties are much higher than 2%. So I've done a comparison. This slide just shows their proposal and the three comparators that were in their letter that they utilized, or that they submitted, I should say. And the first one was the California royalty, and how the applicants presented is it's an excise tax that is that basically converts to $400 per ton. When you look into it, there's more to the story than that. First of all, that $400 increases as time goes by, not just as they hit production thresholds, but also there's a CPI escalator built into that. Second is, as I said, the royalty to be not less than 2%. So when you take those factors into account, I created this table that shows for years 0 through 5, at any price, the minimum excise tax would be $400, but at year 6 plus, the excise tax would be $800. When you layer on a minimum of 2% of royalty, that burden then obviously becomes much greater. In comparison to the applicant's proposed royalty for Arkansas, which has the graduated amounts based on price, you'll see that the combined price, or combined burden of $800 up to $1,800 for years 0 through 5, and $1,200 up to $2,200 for years 6 plus. Those are substantially greater burdens than the proposal that Standard Lithium and Laxness have made. On the bromine, this requires some conversion. You have to take into account because it's on a per acre basis. You have to look at it on $1 per year per net mineral acre equivalent, and it's going to vary based on the lithium sales price and production volume. But if we look at the prices on a actual average annual production of whether you do it on 5,730 tons that they put in their feasibility study, or if you take their model and actually calculate what their anticipated average production of 5,189 tons are, at $30,000, even that, the conversion is less than the amount of bromine, the burden of royalty on bromine. It would come to $60.21 on the 5,730, or $54.34 on the 5,189. So their proposal at the $30,000 base case level is actually less than the bromine royalty. That's despite the fact that bromine is worth substantially less than the lithium. And this is, again, on the salt issue and the bromine issue, I keep coming back to this, but it's important. lithium at $30,000 is worth almost 10 times as much as the bromine. I understand that it's already been processed and it's the bromine, we're piggybacking off of it and they're additive. But you are in fact extracting a substantially greater value out of it by doing this. It's not a reasonable comparator, in my opinion. And so I don't think that it provides a very good basis. And even if you do use it as a basis, their proposal comes up short of the bromine price once you make those conversions. Finally, on salts, the 1.55% that was approved quite some time ago. At the time, those salt prices per ton were in the tens, if not low hundreds of dollars, as opposed to the $30,000 price we're talking about here for lithium. So I don't think it makes for a very good comparator. As similar to that was presented earlier as part of the standard lithium presentation, depending on where you are in each tranche of the pricing tiers, the actual effective royalty rate that would be realized by their proposal would be between 1.33% and 1.67%, depending on if you were at the high end or low end of any particular pricing tranche. Meaning if you're at $30,001 and you're getting a higher royalty rate, you're still getting the same thing you would be getting at $39,999. So if your royalty is the same in that $10,000 spread, you're only getting 1.33% at the high end, whereas you're getting 1.67% at the low end. Hopefully that makes sense. Regardless, just like as I was saying, salt to even today, the sodium chloride, calcium chloride, magnesium hydroxide, the types of products that were being discussed in 2007 when this was determined, those were prices that were in tens of dollars and low hundreds of dollars. Today, they range anywhere from $200 to $1,700 a ton. That's fractional compared to the value of lithium. And so given that significant difference in economic value that's being extracted, and given the greater upside that exists for Standard Lithium and Laxness to realize as a result of this, coming back to fair and equitable, there may be more to share with the mineral owners whose lands are being utilized to generate this. So ultimately, in terms of those comparisons, the conclusions we reached were that they aren't good comparisons when you're talking about salts and bromine. And when you're looking at the California case, you need to look at it more fulsomely. The excise tax is not a reasonable benchmark to base a royalty on, and our private royalty owner agreement on in Arkansas. Even if you utilize these benchmarks, the proposal made by Standard Lithium and Laxness still comes up short in a lot of cases, depending on the pricing assumption that's utilized. Ultimately, I don't think it's been justified using these comparators, that their proposal is fair and reasonable.
So then you conducted your own analysis in a different way. And so I'll tell the commission why you took a different approach and where you got the information, the financial information that you used to develop your opinion.
Sure. So everything that's been discussed so far is in the context of evaluating what's being proposed to pay the royalty owners. What I wanted to do is look at it and contextualize it as fair and equitable for both parties. I wanted to understand what is each party gaining from this project. And the best source for that is the definitive feasibility study. I do not put myself out there as a lithium extraction construction cost expert. I certainly don't put myself out there as an expert in the very advanced chemical engineering that has to be done with this. So I am relying on the definitive feasibility study that was performed by Standard Lithium to come up with an assessment of what do the economics of this project actually look like if it proceeds on this 20-year basis. I want to understand how much does Standard Lithium and license stand to gain, and how much do the royalty owners stand to gain? So they helpfully perform a economics pro forma study themselves, a projection of 20 years to say, how would we evaluate and value this? This is a typical income approach valuation performed by the company. If the pro forma financials showed a large negative return, then that tells them, you know what? This project doesn't make sense, and it'd probably be really dumb to spend $350 million to lose money over the long term. Of course, they are based on assumptions, as are all pro forma discounted cash flow valuations. But this is a bit of a unique situation. This situation, a lot of companies don't have the benefit of having 5 years of piloting this and seeing what the success is. As their release said, they've been de-risking this. In valuation, one of the most important elements, the most important variables in valuation is risk. Discount rates have to be really high, or you have to adjust reserves for, say, an oil and gas piloting program. The geological risk, the production risk. This is a built-in stream that all of the backbone has already been built. This is just a module built off that backbone. And the technical risk has been being addressed over the last 5 years in all the testing. That risk assessment can be taken into account in this financial analysis. And I think it has been. And to their credit, I think they've done a good job of assessing that risk and applying it properly in their DCF modeling. That is a big benefit. There is more value and less risk going forward to them as a result of all of this testing and piloting that's been going on for the last 5 years. Based on that, their DCF, I took their same assumptions, what was presented there, and I took into account the capital costs, all the operating expenses. I also accepted, of course, their production projections. I'm not in a position to challenge those. I will note that in their earlier feasibility studies that they had presented drafts and earlier versions of, they had significantly more production, 6 times as much production anticipated. In the 2023 submission, that production goes from 30,000 roughly tons per year down to 5,000. I'm not in a position to challenge that. I'm presuming that that's based on the testing and everything that they've learned and the concentrations over the years. But I just note that that's the type of assumption that I simply have to accept, and I'm not in a position to challenge. The other assumption I've accepted, as well as made my own sensitivities to, is the price. As we heard earlier, the pricing for lithium, it is a global commodity. It is a very volatile marketplace, and it can change. I don't think demand is going away, and their own presentation demonstrated a significant growth in demand globally and domestically for lithium. And so that, as that continues to grow, there's good reason to think that even as new potential supply sources come online, that the pricing is never gonna the bottom's never gonna drop out and make all the economics on this not make sense. I think the $30,000 is a good conservative base case. I think there's a strong basis to believe that it could be much higher than that over the next 20 years. So what I have done is perform a calculation of what the impact of various royalty proposals would be to their economics. So their economics ultimately came to an after-tax net present value for the project of 537 million. On the basis of a capital expenditure of just over 360 million. And obviously all the operating expenses that we've discussed as well. It comes to a after-tax rate of return for the project of 23.72%. That is a very good rate of return. That is very profitable. I have a lot of experience in valuation for oil and gas companies in particular. And while I do agree there is a sharp divide between this particular project and a traditional oil and gas project, in some ways a lot less risky, as we've talked about, but in some ways it's more experimental, and we have a little less confidence in exactly where the price will be tomorrow or a year from now. But in my experience, the hurdle rates that exist for oil and gas companies, both in E&P as well as midstream, for them to invest this type of money, they would expect to meet a hurdle rate of 10 to 15% returns. A 23% return or 24 rounded is very attractive. It would be something that they would very strongly consider. I've provided some return on equity. To be clear, return on equity and internal rate of return are not exactly the same. There is some similarity depending on how a project is funded, but just to give everybody a sense, in metals and mining, the average return on equity over the last 15 to 20 years has been about 11.48%. And in the oil and gas industry, which does have a great deal of volatility depending on prices, as I'm sure you are all aware, is closer to 4.31%. So this is just providing some context for that 23.72%. So what I've done is provided a sensitivity table. The table that is coming up. There it is. All I've done here is say, using their model, what happens to the rates of return, what happens to the NPV, what happens to their cash flows if I impose a royalty. Their pro forma analysis that they presented had no royalty in it. We also have now heard that it didn't have the brine supply cost in it as well. I don't have a basis to make that projection. They are claiming confidentiality, and I understand that, but I don't know what it would be. The question of whether it was de minimis or not is a very good one for my purposes, but obviously with no input on what that actually is, I can't work that into this table. So I do acknowledge that that cost is not in the definitive feasibility study modeling, but I'm simply relying on their information that they utilize. Also, to the point of financing costs, they have emphasized that heavily, and I think there's a reason for that, and that's because it wasn't present in the definitive feasibility study. Anytime you're talking about funding a $360 million project, how you fund that is extremely critical to the valuation. If it's financed with debt versus financed with equity, it's going to have an impact. Now, those impacts can be complicated. For example, the after-tax impact to the NPV and IRR may not be very significant if it's debt financed, because there are significant tax advantages to financing with debt. However, if there are financing costs that are going to be incurred, it's unclear what percentage of it would be. I did note in the definitive feasibility study that there was an MOU that Laxness would provide equity for a significant portion of the cost, over 30%. So without the details of that information, which I would have expected to be in the feasibility study, but it wasn't, without those details, it's difficult for me to model those things. So to be clear, all of these sensitivity tables rely exclusively on the pro forma analysis that they provided as part of their definitive feasibility study. that they publicly disclose. When I impose a royalty burden that that they propose, as well as the sliding scale of percentages, what you have here are the impacts, the economic outcomes for the project in assuming each of those burdens. So the top line in this table, the red line, this is the impact of the laxness and standard lithium proposal. What it would have the impact of doing is reducing the post-tax NPV to merely $537 million. So not much of an impact to their overall return in their base case of $30,000 for 20 years at the production that they assume. That is not much of a reduction off a no royalty scenario. The next line instead imposes a 2.5% royalty. Instead of making it a static amount at $400 per ton or $600 per ton, depending on the price, you can just scale it based on the actual price, and you get more actual upside within those tranches. Instead of being paid $400, the exact same amount, for a price that's $10,000 more or $10,000 less at a percentage, if it's $35,000, the royalty owner gets the upside just as much as the as Standard Lithium gets the upside. That's the benefit of just using the percentage. The percentages also meet all of those bullet point standards that Standard Lithium stated they cared about: transparency, a minimum royalty, the ability to enjoy the upsides as well as protecting them on the downsides. I do not see a downside to imposing a percentage. That you still have to calculate the price on a quarterly basis, but you'd have to do that to know if you're in the $400 tranche or $600 tranche in their proposal. So there's no additional work that comes from doing a percentage, in my opinion. It's the same work for Standard Lithium and the same level of transparency for the royalty owners under each scenario. What I provided here is a sensitivity table that shows what those outcomes are at each percentage. If you impose the 2.5% royalty, a 5% royalty, a 7.5% royalty, a 10% royalty, 12.5% royalty, a 1/6, and obviously a 1/5% royalty. This is for everyone's benefit. It is so that everyone can make the best decision based on what the impact is. At a 12.5% royalty, the post-tax NPV at the 8% discount rate that using their modeling at the $30,000 base case would be a $433 million NPV and a 21% post-tax IRR. It would result in a significantly greater average royalty per ton for the royalty owner. In their proposal at $30,000, it would be $400. At 12.5%, it would be $3,750 per ton. Now, I can understand an argument that, you know, maybe 12.5% isn't exactly right. There, maybe 10%, maybe 16%. There, all of those things are obviously possible. I'm just trying to provide the best information to the committee or to you guys to make that decision. I did provide a second table that does the exact same thing, but assumes a $35,000 price. The purpose of this is just to show you how sensitive these outcomes are to the lithium prices. At a $35,000 price, at a $35,000 price, you can see the NPV grows enormously and the returns grow quite a bit as well. At $35,000 per ton, the 537 million at their royalty proposal grows to 710 million. That is an enormous growth. It just shows you how sensitive to price this project is. At this price, average price, the 12.5% royalty would result in a $590 million NPV, and a 25% rate of return would also result in a $4,375 royalty. That shows you the growth from 30,000 to 35,000, shows you the growth that they both share in. They get a huge upside and the royalty owners get a big upside. I've also been asked to do one other scenario in which we took a price that grew linearly from $30,000 to $70,000 over the 20 years, just as a demonstrative, just to demonstrate how much of an upside windfall there is for everybody if those prices do go up to that level. At that level, the NPVs start getting over $1 billion at their royalty proposals, and even up to a 5% royalty. The rates of return are well over 25% at virtually any royalty level. There's a significant amount of upside. The comparison of the royalty versus their proposal at these higher prices really demonstrates the gap that would exist between their proposal and our proposal, and how much more the royalty owners would enjoy as a result without making the project uneconomic.
Thanks, Eric. So then one last data point that you found relevant was the integration statute. Can you just mention that briefly and how that fits with what your recommendation is?
Sure. So I also looked at the statutes on integration, or how I think of it, force pooling, but in Arkansas it's called integration. When there's an equitable share of brine in the integration, that statute established a minimum royalty of 12.5%. To me, that is a more meaningful comparator than the comparators offered by Standard Lithium at this point. So ultimately, it's our conclusion that the recommended royalty rate be 12.5%. Obviously, I was here for the testimony that they believe that would make the project not viable. Based on their own economics, their own pro forma analysis, it does seem that there must be more to it. I do not understand how they can say the project's not viable at 12.5% royalty based on their own internal economics. It's ultimately a fair and equitable sharing of the economic benefits of the plant. In my opinion, it doesn't overburden the applicants, and it's, as we just saw, it's consistent with the pre-existing Arkansas statute on integrated royalty.
With that, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Commissioners, is this the opportune time to stop the proceeding and break for lunch? Everybody is nodding in attention. How much time does the commission want to take for lunch? An hour. It is. Okay, sure thing. So I'm looking at the clock here. I guess that would be about 1:30. All right. We are off the record. We'll be back on at 1:30. Mr. Honey, you can start your examination at that point, and then we're done with this witness. We'll get to public comment. We're off the record.
All right. Everybody on this stairs. You're back on the record. Item number 083-2023 -10. You want to conduct an examination of the property witness?
I do. Which one's not working? Oh, no. Check. Where's working?
It's off.
Check.
The screen has to be down. Oh, that's it.
The microwave need to be on?
From the government, we're here to help. The screen works with the mic.
Yes.
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 That on?
I think that's better.
Should work now.
Go ahead, Mr. Hunt, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Proud.
Good afternoon.
We had the pleasure of meeting earlier, so again, it's good to meet you. I'm glad you. Thank you for making the trip in spite of fighting the flu. Let's start with this. Would you agree with the proposition that 1/8 of the value of the brine is a fair and equitable rule?
1/8 of brine?
1/8 of the value of the brine.
Yes, as described by the statute, yes.
So the issue we're trying to get our arms around is the value of the brine. Is that a fair statement?
Well, the issue here is the lithium extracted from it.
Well, no, I'm just going by the statute. We're bound by the statute. You would agree with that, correct?
The statute on the integration,
Well, the brine statute as a whole.
okay, yes,
Right. And you agree that 1/8 of the value of the brine is fair and equitable compensation. We've already established that, correct?
yes, as the
So
legislature,
if we determine the value of the brine, then we just divide that by 8 and we've got a fair and equitable royalty, correct?
for integrated owners on brine, that is what the statute calls for.
So you're suggesting that the royalty for people who are not integrated, it should be different?
It could be, I'm not saying it should be.
What would be the reason for concluding that people who are integrated under the brine statute should get a lesser royalty under the brine statute than people who are not integrated?
I'm not saying anything about the fairness of that. I'm simply noting that in the marketplace, a private royalty owner may negotiate for something different than an integrated owner who is effectively force pooled.
Well, we'll move on. You're aware that the Brine Act talks about the value of brine throughout the act. You've read it, correct?
I am not a legal expert, so in terms of interpreting the legal obligations, I can't testify to that, but I certainly have read it.
Well, you cited 2 provisions which talk about, for example, the integration statute, a royalty interest equal to 1/8 of the value of the brine. And then the sections 15-76-315 that's titled, of all things, valuation of brine. And that statute says the value of brine shall be the average price of which brine is perfect. Value of brine. You're aware of that.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about the value of brine. You would agree that brine, the value of the brine could not possibly be 100% of the sales price of the finished product.
Of the constituent parts products?
Well, brine is a raw material, correct?
Yes,
Right. And the final product is lithium carbonate.
that's one of them, yes.
Well, that's what we're talking about here, correct?
Correct, though that's one of the products, and that's what we're talking about here.
And let's just use $30,000 a ton for the value of the final product, correct?
That's what I assumed, yeah.
Okay. And the brine, the value of the brine that's used to make that final product could not possibly be $30,000 a ton.
I would agree.
It'd be like, the steel that Ford Motor Company uses to make an F-150.
Yes, sir.
The steel would not comprise 100% of the sales price of the truck.
Correct. There's a value chain of commerce in which a product, a commodity becomes more refined.
And have you made any effort to put a value on brine?
Not for purposes of this, no.
Have you ever?
I have done, I was involved in an arbitration that dealt with brine in a contract dispute in Louisiana, and was involved heavily in the damages assessment for that.
So you are not expressing an opinion as to the value of brine produced from the Lanxess South.
No, sir.
If we assume that brine contributes 10% of the value of the finished product, at $30,000 a ton, that would be $3,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we took 1/8 of that, it would be $375, wouldn't it?
Approximately, yes.
And so if the value of brine is 10% of the value of the finished product, then a fair and equitable royalty would be $375 a ton.
I would disagree because I think the products are differentiated enough that a different context needs to be applied.
I'm sorry to plow ground again, but you did acknowledge that 1/8 of the value of the brine would be fair and equitable, did you not?
For brine, yes, not for lithium.
Well, that's what we're doing today, is valuing the brine.
I've been asked to assess what would be a fair and equitable valuation for royalty valuation for lithium carbonate.
Let's shift to this concept you have proposed that a mineral owner is entitled to share in the profits. You are proposing that a fair and equitable compensation would be a portion of the profits that are made.
No, sir, that I never said anything like that.
So you agree that's not appropriate?
The royalties are based on the revenue, not the profits. I presented some numbers here that demonstrate the
revenue from sales of the product, right?
revenue
The
from
product in this case being brine.
revenue from the sales of lithium carbonate are what I have calculated the royalty outcomes to be. It's not predicated on profits, it's predicated on revenue. I have presented the impact to the profits to Standard Lithium, but the royalty is not a derivative of profit.
Well, let's approach it from a different direction. Why does it matter whether the producer makes a lot of money, a little money, or no money? The royalty owner gets the same royalty on it regardless, correct?
In my assessment, I am considering the fact that if the producer makes no money, then the project doesn't make sense and everybody loses. I'm looking for the ideal equilibrium for a win-win, for the company to make money, for the royalty owners to be fairly compensated for what's being utilized from their land in order for the company to make money. And so that's why I've provided the sensitivity to show what is the profit outcome to ensure that the company continues to make a handsome profit and compare that to what the royalty owner would realize in that same scenario relative to them, to assess and provide the commission with the ability to assess how fair and how equitable that outcome would be.
The only thing the royalty owner has is brine, right?
The royalty owner has a number of products coming from their land. One of them is brine, from which lithium, your client contends, can be extracted.
But your client doesn't have lithium, all your client has is brine.
The lithium,
Right.
the lithium is entrained in it. It has to be processed out, just like a natural gas liquid would have to be processed out of natural gas.
I'll understand that, but what does the owner, the mineral owner, keep saying they contribute? But what do they contribute other than the brine, the raw brine?
They are contributing the lithium entrained in the raw brine that's being extracted from their land.
Is there any market for brine?
There certainly is a market for brine.
Where?
Standard Lithium would like to buy the brine
For who?
from blacksmiths.
Lanxess is not a mineral owner that's entitled to the royalty.
No, they're the lessee.
So what we're talking about is the portion of the brine fee that gets paid to Lanxess that is fair and equitable compensation for the landowner.
Lanxess is the lessee. They would be paying the royalties. We are talking about that royalty payment.
You had quoted the integration statute. Are you familiar with the integration statute in Arkansas?
As I said, I'm not a legal expert, so I'm not going to interpret it from a legal obligation, but I have read it, and as you can see, I've cited it in my presentation.
Well, you're aware that the integration statute allows forced pooling. You're familiar with that term?
Yes, sir.
And it also provides that an unleased owner who is integrated or forced pool must be given an option to lease or participate or go non-consent.
Exactly right.
And it also provides a mechanism for figuring out what the math is. For example, that, if they elect a participation option, they get, well, it would be 1/8 of the value of the unleased owner gets 1/8 of the value of the brine as their just and equitable share. Right?
Exactly right.
And if a party is integrated and participates, then the number they get is 8x, because they're getting it at the brine in kind, right?
Well, they would get their 1/8 share of it in kind. They would, their share of it. Yes.
And so in your scenario, an unleased owner who is integrated and elects to participate would be paid at the rate of $30,000 a ton.
No, sir, that's not what I'm saying.
All right. If the royalty is 12.5% of $30,000, then the value of the brine is necessarily $30,000.
I am simply using this as a helpful comparator. I'm not saying that this applies to the lithium. It applies to brine. I think the whole reason we're here is because we're differentiating between the brine and the lithium. And so this is just a helpful comparator. It's not dispositive for purposes of lithium.
You had talked about the fact that lithium is worth more than bromine.
Yes, very much so.
To make a more simple analogy, and you agreed that brine is a raw material, like steel is used to make an F-150.
I would agree.
Yeah. And so why would it matter what is done with that raw material? Whether that steel is used to make a Ferrari or make an F-150, the cost of the steel stays the same, correct?
Well, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Sure, sure. You agree that brine is the raw material, the same as steel is the raw material that's used to make F-150.
Yes.
And then and you acknowledge that, you know, a Ferrari is worth more than an F-150, sells for more.
Yes.
But the steel that's used to make those two vehicles costs exactly the same.
It depends, but we can say that on the value chain, there is a point in which the raw material is in the commodity market and traded at those prices.
And that's what we were talking about here.
Well, brine has its own potential purposes, but you're extracting something entirely different from it. This is novel. You're extracting an extremely valuable product from it. Otherwise, Standard Lithium would not be interested in doing this. I think there is a significant enough differentiation between the brine and the lithium that necessitates the analysis on lithium in isolation.
Other than the three comparatives that Standard Lithium has discussed in its application, do you know of any other comparatives?
Well, first of all, the three that were presented, two of them are not comparative for purposes of lithium. If you consider those comparative, you could throw thousands of comparators out there because they would be just as relevant as salt and bromine. You could throw out a comparator of natural gas because we are talking about something different. The California excise tax, it's an excise tax. The royalties, you'd have to go look at specific royalty agreements to actually get a comparator. But if you're asking, am I aware of a additional comparator for lithium carbonate sales extracted from an existing stream of disposed water used in oil and gas operations in the United States? I am not. I believe this is novel.
But you do agree that the existing Arkansas royalties on bromine and salts are both established under the same Brine Act that we're here on today.
Yes, I do.
And you understand that the salts royalty was established as fair and equitable compensation for an additional substance, just like what we're doing here today.
Yes.
And you understand that the Arkansas legislature has determined that you understand that the Arkansas legislature has determined that current figure for dollars per net mineral acre is fair and equitable compensation for brine that's used to produce bromine.
Yes, that's my understanding.
And converted to a percentage basis, you agree a percentage of the sales price of the final product. You agree that the bromine royalty, the salt royalty, and the proposed lithium royalty are in the same ballpark.
On a percentage basis? Yeah. Approximately. There's some
1% and 2%.
Yeah, that's fair. But I would say when you're talking about a product that's $30,000 or even more, going from 1.3% to 1.6% can be a very material difference. So it does matter, but the royalty on salts and the royalty on bromine on a percentage basis are between 1% and 2%.
Well, I guess that gets back to the proposition that the mineral owner should or could or ought to share in the profits that are made from the venture. I mean, in the oil and gas business, royalty owners do not share profits, correct?
That's correct, and I am not proposing that they share in the profits.
Then why are you talking about profit?
I am simply providing that context to measure whether or not there is a royalty burden that will make this unprofitable for Standard Lithium. That is not a desirable outcome. that is not what the royalty owners want. That's not what Standard Lithium wants. The only presentation of profits I'm providing is informational to provide everybody an understanding of what the impact of this burden introduced to the modeling that Standard Lithium has done would do to their profitability. The royalties have nothing to do with the profits in terms of the calculations.
Dr. Robinson's testimony that, your proposed 12.5% is a deal killer.
I did hear that.
Yeah. And you indicated that you don't believe that is true, did you?
There must be some significantly additional information that they did not include in the definitive feasibility study, if that is the case.
You heard Dr. Robinson testify that it will be necessary to borrow money to finance a portion of the capital of this thing.
I did hear that. Discussion of debt financing was not in the study, other than the possibility of financing. However, I did hear that Standard Lithium would need to procure a credit facility in order to fund the capital.
And you are well aware of the fact that lenders in that circumstance are going to be significant, if not the primary consideration, the lender requirement.
In terms of stakeholders, it certainly is going to be the case that the creditor will be a high priority. Until that is paid off, the equity owners would not. It would depend on the facility, on the specifics, but certainly they are going to have high priority in terms of the capital paydown.
You are not prepared to loan $200 million for this project, 12.5% royalty on gross sales price.
If I had it, it would be very interesting to me. This would be that would be a good deal.
Do you know a lender that would loan $200 million with 12.5% royalty?
With the amount of information that Standard Lithium has the ability to take to the creditor with regards to the piloting of this, all of the testing, the near certain input stream.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my question was, do you know?
Let him answer the question, Bob.
I don't think he is.
I've not sought a particular lender out, but in my experience, having dealt with credit facilities and those types of investments, I would believe that given the breadth of information and depth of information that Standard Lithium can bring to financing institutions, they would find these economics to be very appealing, even with a 12.5% royalty.
But you can't name it.
I've not sought that to do that, no.
Just to reiterate this point, the mineral owners are taking no risk and investing no money, correct?
As is the case, yes.
Yeah. But they are guaranteed to receive a royalty.
They're not guaranteed to receive a royalty. If this thing is bust and the lithium doesn't actually produce at a commercial quantity, they won't receive anything.
If there is any production of a final product and sales of a final product, the mineral owners are guaranteed a royalty regardless of the profitability of the venture.
Correct. Just like in the oil and gas business, just like for the bromine and the salts.
And if, as you have acknowledged, the royalty burden is so high that it just kills the project, the royalty owners get nothing.
Correct. That is precisely why I did the analysis I did, to ensure that that did not occur.
Do you know what the California excise tax did to lithium development in the state of California?
I do not, but that was a very different proposal and did not have the certainty of the feedstock input, and I'm not aware of the comparability between the actual production.
You're not aware of the fact that California excise tax effectively killed lithium development in California?
I am not aware of that.
But you would not have any basis for contradicting that. that statement.
I would find it very surprising that that was that a 1 to 2% burden was the straw that broke the camel's back on that.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. Mr. Perkins, any follow-up?
Yes. So Eric, I just want to ask, delve in again. Mr. Honey asked you several questions where he tried to contrast the value of brine versus the value of lithium carbonate. Is first of all, again, the project that Lanxess and Arkansas Lithium are here about today is a processing facility, right?
That's correct.
And the end product of that processing facility is lithium carbonate. Is that your understanding?
That's correct. They're not.
That's what we're here to talk about in terms of royalty, correct?
Correct. They're not in the business of producing brine and selling it. They're in the business of taking the brine and processing it into lithium carbonate and selling lithium carbonate.
In the definitive feasibility study, when they ran their economic model, they inputted all of their own numbers about what it would cost to construct the facility, the CapEx cost, right?
Yes, sir.
Including a 15% contingency added to the actual calculation, right?
That's correct. There was a 15% contingency built in.
And then they added all of the expenses for operating the facility into their model as well, right?
That's correct.
And so your financial analysis was based on that net amount. So what's left over? And the statute asks the question, what is fair and equitable? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so how did your analysis of that, of those numbers, try to get at the question of what is fair and equitable?
Well, as I said, I utilized their model to understand what the profitability, what the returns would be for Standard Lithium, and modeled in various scenarios of royalty burdens at different levels to measure what the impact would be of those burdens and whether it would put them in a position where it makes the project non-viable. At the rates that I have utilized with the assumptions from Standard Lithium, it became clear that there is a great deal of tolerance for a royalty burden and for it to still remain very profitable. And at 12.5%, it does seem to be a very fair and equitable sharing of this economic upside.
So using their numbers from their model and their study, at a 12.5% royalty, the economic modeling would demonstrate that Arkansas Lithium and Lanxess would still have slightly over 20%, a little nearly 21% internal rate of return after accounting for the 12.5% royalty. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
And in your opinion, how does that compare to I know you mentioned this earlier, but just to remind the commissioners, what's the average rate of return for mining projects?
Well, return on equity, which to be clear is slightly different than internal rate of return based on what period you're evaluating, but the average for metal and mining return on equity is about 11%.
And oil and gas was 4.3%.
It averaged about 4.3%.
So in your opinion, at 12.5% royalty, this is still a highly desirable and profitable enterprise?
Yes, that's my opinion.
That's all I have.
Tony?
Make sure I understand your testimony. You are saying that fair and equitable, as that phrase is used in the statute, means the maximum amount of profits that can be diverted to the royalty owner without killing the project.
No,
That's your understanding of the definition of fair and
no, sir.
equitable. And you testified that you used the numbers in the definitive feasibility study to understand profitability. But you're saying that profitability, this is not about profitability?
Profitability is a variable I considered. It isn't what drives the royalties. The revenue drives the royalties. But once the royalties are accounted for as a cost, a variable cost of the goods sold, I wanted to measure what the impact of that was to the profitability, to ensure that it did not decrease the profitability so much that it made the project unattractive.
Isn't that saying that the royalty needs to be the maximum amount of profits you can divert to the royalty on without killing the project?
No, sir. If that were the case, I would recommend 20%, or even higher. At 20%, it's still very attractive and a fair amount to the royalty owner. In my opinion, though, that would be too much.
I love you.
Mr. Perkins,
No.
commissioners, any questions? And again, I'll remind you, green light on, microphone near you, please. Commissioner Wolford?
Thanks for your presentation. Thanks for coming here under the weather also, just toughing it out. Did you stress test the royalty amount based on lower pricing?
I did.
At what point did the project become uneconomic?
Uneconomic as defined by me, what I would define as uneconomic being an internal rate of return that dipped below 10%, was at approximately 17,000. Once you start getting down to that level, you may need to reassess.
That was with the, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, with the 12.5%.
Bad question.
Yes. And that's what I mean when I say reassess. At a certain price, it may be necessary to impose a different rate.
One of the problems I'm running into is a duty as commissioner is I have to determine whether or not this is profitable to extract. And we're missing key pieces of data, apparently. When you see something titled a definitive study, what would you take from that?
I would think that would consider all the variables. I would, if your intention, if you know you intend to finance this with debt, your discounted cash flow better have the cost of debt. It better have your interest expense in there, or else it's pointless. I will say that I do not know what portion of it would be financed with debt. And the main cost here is still the capital expense, the $360 million. Even at 6 or 7%, you're still taught and amortized over the full length of the facility. It's going to have a marginal impact on the profitability. It will be there, but it will have a marginal impact. But my expectation is if it's the definitive study, that those costs would be in there.
That's all the questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other commissioners? That was just a couple of questions. Follow up from council. Mr. Perkins?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
Mr. Honey?
Nothing.
Mr. Perkins, do you rest?
Arrest, with the caveat that I might have to recall him depending on Mr. Bamberger's testimony.
Yes, sir. Mr. Honey, do you have a rebuttal?
Yes, I will call Chip Bamberger as a witness.
Mr. Member, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bamberger was previously recognized as an expert in the field of economics by this commission in order or docket reference number 173-2007-4. I have also introduced into evidence his current resume as Exhibit F. I'd ask that the qualifications of Dr. Bamberger as an expert in the field of economics be recognized.
So done, and Ms. Bamberger is recognized as an expert.
Dr. Bamberger, if you don't mind, please begin by just briefly summarizing your education experience.
Sure. My undergraduate degree is in economics and mathematics from, when I went there, it was called Southwestern at Memphis. It's now called Rhodes College. Then I went to the University of Chicago Graduate School of Business, and I have MBA and PhD degrees from the University of Chicago.
Let's start. We'll start just with this fundamental question. Do you agree, Mr. Krause, that the that a fair and equitable, compensation would be 1/8 of the value of the brine.
That's my understanding of, for example, the Arkansas Brine Act that Mr. Kraus has referenced.
And so with respect to the value of the brine, do we have information that we can use to approximate the value of the brine from the data that's before us at this point?
No, I haven't seen, there's no market. Usually an economist thinks that the value of a product is what a willing buyer and a willing seller will exchange. And so you can observe market prices for many products, but there is no active market for brine.
Mr. Krause's proposal of a royalty that's equal to 1/8 of the sales price of the final product, given, how would that translate into a value of brine?
Well, it depends on, exactly how much of the value of the lithium comes from the brine. So the 12.5% that Mr. Krause recommends, looking through his report, it's not clear where that number comes from, unless it comes from where he points to the Brine Act and he says, well, it's 12.5%. And then he quotes the language that's the just and equitable share of the brine. It says this is consistent with a 12.5% royalty that he's proposing, which is 12.5% of the lithium. I don't see how 12.5% of the value of the lithium is consistent with 12.5% of the value of the brine. The only way 12.5% of the brine is the same value as 12.5% of the lithium is if the lithium and the brine have the same value. I think the one thing we can probably all agree on here is the brine is a lot less valuable than the lithium. How less valuable, no one's calculated that number, but to give an example, if you think that brine, the part that brine makes up of the lithium is 10%, and the rest of the value is the capital costs and the operating costs, and whatever other costs are associated, financing costs. Then if you think it's 10%, again, just as an example, 10% on the brine, 12.5% on the brine would then be equivalent to 1.25% of the lithium, because you would just take 10% of 12.5%. And 1.25% is very similar to the numbers we've been talking about, 1.33 to 1.66, using bromine, 1.55 using salts. So all those numbers are kind of in that range. But the only way you get to 12.5% of the lithium is if you think lithium is the same value as brine. And if brine was just as valuable as lithium, Standard Lithium wouldn't be spending $360 million to turn brine into lithium.
Mr. Krause talked a great deal about his analysis of the profitability of this venture. What has the profitability of this venture got to do, if anything, with the value of the brine and the calculation of a fair value for this raw material?
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with it. Brine is an input. Brine is an input into the making of lithium, the lithium product. Just like steel is an input into making, a Ford 150 or a Ferrari or a Maserati. It's an input. If I sell an input to you and you make a lot of money, good for you. If I sell the same input to you and you lose money, too bad for you, but I don't share in those losses. I'm just selling you an input. The only way I share in the profits is if I also share in the losses. That's just being an equity owner. I might buy 20% of you, as you might be a downstream firm, and then I'll share in the losses and I'll share in the profits. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the mineral owners who are just selling an input to the maker of lithium. Now, if the maker of lithium makes money, then they can pay back their debt holders, and everybody's happy. If they don't make money and they can't pay off their debt holders, the debt holders are unhappy. Standard Lithium's unhappy, but that doesn't affect the mineral holders. They're going to get whatever the royalty.
Do the mineral owners contribute anything other than the raw brine?
My understanding is they do not.
They don't contribute to any of the capital investment. They don't loan any money. They don't take any risk. They just provide the raw brine.
Correct, and they're not sharing. They're not equity owners. They don't share in the losses, and they don't share in all of the upside. Under the structure that's being proposed, they share in some of the upside. If the value of the bromine goes up, their royalty goes up. If Standard Lithium decides this is a great project and they invest even more capital and produce even more lithium, then the mineral owners will share in that. But if Standard Lithium, loses their shirt, that's Standard Lithium's problem, and maybe their lender's problem.
Can you conceive of any circumstance in which the royalty of the student mineral owner could possibly be any more than a fraction of the value of the brine?
Well, it's by definition a fraction, right? 1/8, but it's got to be a small fraction of the lithium price, because the brine has to be a small, maybe that's the question you asked me. The brine has to be a small share of the lithium. Precisely what it is, I don't know, but it can't be a large share of the value of the lithium, or it wouldn't make any sense to spend $360 million to turn brine into lithium.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. Mr. Perkins?
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Dr. Bamberger, so I'm really interested, analogies are just flying wildly here. So in this analogy where you have steel as the raw material, and then you have a Ford F-150 coming off the end of the manufacturing facility. And I guess the distinction is we should be looking at the steel, not the F-150. Is that the gist of it?
If I want to know what the value of the steel is, it doesn't, I cannot tell the value of the steel by looking at the price of the final product. I can't look at a Maserati and say, boy, the value steel must be really expensive because look, a Maserati cost $1 million. That doesn't make any sense, because after the steel, there's all sorts of stuff that makes a Maserati into a Maserati. So if I want to know the value of the steel, I can look at the value of a Maserati. I can look at the value of an F-150. I can look at the value of a Chevy Malibu. I'm just not going to be able to tell the value of the steel from looking at the final product. So I think it's just a mistake to say that I can infer the price of an input like steel or brine from the product, the end product, whether that's bromine or lithium.
So the product here is lithium carbonate, right? That's what this facility is going to produce, that's being built by Arkansas Lithium, is that right?
That's right.
So really, following your analogy, Arkansas Lithium is building the Ford plant. They're not building a steel mill. This is a processing facility that's being constructed on the South Plant brine unit. Lanxess is already producing the brine. But Arkansas Lithium is going to produce lithium carbonate, and that's what we're here to set a fair and equitable royalty on today.
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but that's not my understanding. My understanding is you're here to set a royalty on the fair and equitable value of the brine.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess we do have a fundamental misunderstanding about what we're here about.
Well, I'm sorry, the lithium contained in the brine.
That's all I have.
Mr. Honey?
No further questions.
Commissioners, questions?
That's a quick question. I think you could probably handle with doctor and maybe.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
I have a quick question that you may have been more, Mr. Rob, maybe on your PowerPoint presentation. Is that on? Can you hear me? That's better. Everybody's looking at me like, on your PowerPoint presentation, I think it's on page 15, where a presentation was made on the average production and the costs. The one item that we don't know, and it's proprietary, you know, we respect that. But you have that brine fee, it's listed as a 4-figure number. Is that a placeholder to represent 4 figures, or is it just a bunch of X's you put down there?
It's figurative.
Okay. And it's a per ton as opposed to a per barrel that you're receiving from Lanxess?
The structure is being determined and is confidential.
Okay,
And to be clear, that's intended to cover not just some inherent or implied value of brine. It's principally the service of providing, giving us brine, and then taking it away again and committing to that for a very long period of time.
okay, so it's including the supply, transportation, and then the transportation back to the injection wells for disposal. And so maybe on a per barrel or maybe on a per ton, you haven't figured that out yet.
We do have it established.
Okay. Thank you.
So when you list it as by the ton, that does not imply that you're paying them on the lithium extraction, nor does it imply that you're buying the water,
That's correct.
but you listed it.
Just to indicate, and as it was clear in the DFS, the definitive feasibility, there were 2 very clear distinctions in that. The number, the operating cost, which is reported on a per ton basis, that's just the way that the industry tends to report operating costs on a per ton basis. It was clear in the DFS that neither the royalty, which was to be agreed with the commission, nor a Lanxess brine fee were included in that basis. But you're correct, the way in which we think of the brine fee and that commercial relationship with Lanxess, we don't think we'll calculate that on a per ton basis. It's just it would get reported, if you like, or thought of in a per ton, think about the total operating costs.
When you list it as tons, and the world I live in, that's farm out. They're farming out their water to you, you know, that's the world we live in. And then they get a percent.
Doctor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Phillips, why don't you come up and have a seat?
That was about it. The only other thing I'd say, the difference between this and some of the other ongoing things in the southern part of the state is these people that are already leased in this unit, they're trapped. You know, they're kind of, you know, we're here, you know, they're at our mercy. You know, the people that are not in the unit, they have the ability to negotiate their own deal with whoever's wanting to lease. You know, and that's why it's complicated when you don't give us your true numerical values of what your cost is. Because to me, what I see is that you're kind of paying them a royalty. I'm thinking in my mind, you know, withholding information, I see it that it's kind of like you're paying them a farm out royalty for the water, and they're asking for 12.5%, and they're kind of laying on top of each other, but without that number, it's kind of hard for me sitting here to make a decision based on what's right or wrong, because we're, you know, all these people, they're looking to us to take care of, and that's what our job is. And, and to take care of y'all too.
Yeah, no, understood. And just to be clear, the brine fee, as we're calling it, that's paid to Lanxess, that is intended to capture many different things. So it's intended to capture some nominal value that's inherent in the brine, but it's principally intended to capture the cost of pumping the brine to the surface, transporting it to our location. But that brine has to meet a certain volume every year. So we need to be guaranteed a certain amount of brine coming to us every year. That brine has to have a certain chemical characteristic. So it can't have a lot of additional impurities, for example, so it has chemical quality as well. And that fee also covers the cost of residual hydrogen sulfide removal from the brine as well. So there's some processing costs in there. And then it also covers the cost of taking the brine from us and then re-injecting it back into the formation as well. And then all of the costs associated with maintaining power supply to the well sites, maintaining the pipelines, replacing wells, replacing pipelines, etc. They're all inherent in that, what we're calling a fee.
So all those costs are not in the $7,300 a ton the operating cost is just for the plant then?
The operating cost is our cost to extract lithium from the brine and turn it into a final saleable product.
But all of the costs you mentioned, all of them factors, to me, they're already doing with or without y'all. They're producing the water, they're bringing it to the plant. Transportation cost to you, is what, from here to the back of the parking lot? And then they're already having to dispose it. And I understand they're getting the hydrogen sulfide out of it and all, but the whole list of things that you described, a lot of that, they were doing before y'all came along. You know, the thing about what they do, they don't have any time for retention. So the rate at which that water enters that plant is the same rate at which it has to be disposed of. Water in equals water out. You know, they don't have the holding capacity.
Correct. Yeah, and the thing which is, and I agree, somewhat intangible, is that we are asking them to commit to provide us brine for the lifetime of the project.
Yeah,
so I understand
I
it's,
understand,
yeah.
but I
So,
just want you to understand, me sitting here, without having all the data.
Yeah.
It makes it a whole lot harder. I understand you can't give it to us, it's confidential.
Yeah.
So, that's just all.
Any other commissioners? Commissioner Wolford?
Just one follow-up.
Sure.
Internally, can we assume that you have run the economics at your proposed royalty with the proposed deal structures that you are out trying to accomplish? And was that a positive or a negative?
So the royalty proposed, we have integrated into our model, which we put in front of continually refine with potential funding partners. Royalties that we proposed allows the project to proceed under a variety of different funding outcome scenarios. So what we've proposed, we know it can work. And I think as we've been clear, the alternative, that would not work.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Based on the line of questions from the commissioners, do you have any questions for either of Mr. Honey's witnesses, Mr. Perkins?
I do not.
Mr. Honey, any follow-up for either of your witnesses, sir?
I do not, but before we record, I do want to have a couple of housekeeping comments.
At this point in time, do you rest completely, Mr. Honey?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Perkins, do you have any rebuttal?
I do not.
Okay, I've got some public comment cards. I think this would be the opportune time to elicit public comment before this matter is submitted for adjudication. And I'll be able to tell you what they are as soon as I put my reading glasses on. The first public comment card I have filled out is for Deborah Edmondson. Is Ms. Edmondson present? Ma'am, would you still like to make a comment? All right. Thank you, ma'am. Were you the woman that raised your hand earlier today? Were you the one that raised your hand earlier today for a question? Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Next comment card I have is Matthew Collins. Is Collins present? No, for the record, he is not responding. Jackson Roswell. Mr. Roswell present. Roswell, would you like to make a comment? Come on up here, sir. Mr. Perkins is being kind enough to give you his seat.
Have a nice day.
Again, would you be so kind as to identify yourself for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Jackson Braswell. I'm the Public Affairs Manager for Weyerhaeuser in Arkansas as well as Oklahoma. And just wanted to read our official statement on today's matter. The Weyerhaeuser Company has been operating in Arkansas since 1956, nearly as long as Bryan has been known to be of value here in the state. 673 employees and own 1.2 million acres of sustainably managed timberlands here. In addition to our southern timberlands headquarters in Hot Springs, we operate 2 mills, a nursery, and have 4 operations offices in Arkansas. Weyerhaeuser has been tracking the developing lithium extraction potential in South Arkansas for the last 5 years, and we believe it could provide a big economic benefit for the state while being done in a safe and responsible manner. While we appreciate the work by Lanxess and Standard in this proposal before you, we do not believe that the lithium royalty rate proposal included here equitably represents the interest of private property and mineral owners' interest in their South Bryan unit. We know that the AOGC works diligently to determine fair and equitable compensation in cases such as this, and that lithium extraction will be no different. The current market for lithium royalty rates is highly variable, as we have seen in other states and in recent privately negotiated rates in the Smackover formation of Arkansas and Texas. We understand operating these facilities must be profitable. However, we feel it is important to understand that lithium is highly differentiated from bromine as a commodity. The establishment of what amounts to a 1.3 to 1.6% royalty rate as requested by Lanxess and Standard in this proposal would not be in line with the dynamic market or the value proposition of lithium moving forward, given the growing demand and use both domestically and abroad. Weyerhaeuser believes that the state of California rate, which is used as a comparable rate, is not an appropriate comparison for private property owners and mineral values in Arkansas. Policymakers in California have implemented vastly different policies than Arkansas in recent years to incentivize electric vehicle usage and much more. Further, we do not believe the referenced California rate to even be based on a royalty rate, but rather based on a review of an excise tax rate that California has implemented on lithium production, making it non-comparable. Weyerhaeuser respects and understands the need for pooling of interest on these large brine units to ensure orderly development of the resource, but we believe the royalty rate should be increased in the range of 5 to 10 times the proposed rate and should be paid as a percentage royalty of the price at which the lithium is sold, rather than a per ton fixed dollar amount. Lithium owners in Arkansas deserve equitable compensation for the extraction and sale of their minerals as the demand and pricing grows just as much as the operators deserve to make money on their ventures. We believe both goals are not only possible, but imperative for the economic health of all parties involved. Standard Lithium in their October 2023 definitive feasibility study has indicated an average annual all-in operating cost of $7,390 per ton and an after-tax IRR of 24%. Even with lithium carbonate price around $20,000 per ton, there's enough margin to compensate mineral owners with a higher rate than has been proposed. We ask the AOGC to deny this inequitable request and implement a royalty in line with the returns these companies stand to make, not in the near term, but over the decades to come. Thank you.
That might help. Huh?
Thank you, sir.
There's that. Unmute. They are speaking.
Yeah, I was hearing you.
Go view, go full screen. Crap, I can't do that because there's something behind it.
Where are you stationed?
What's down here? Get this way over there.
Right here.
Hold on a second.
Thank you.
Here, view, full screen. And of course I hid my window. Go away. I don't want that. Done. Public. And we're starting right now. And there we go.
There we go. That's a hot mic situation here.
No data. So no data stream.
I think that people from Arkan are rebroadcasting and they have, they're listening. Maybe they can mute their side so that we.
If you're on it, I appreciate it.
We should be back up.
Okay, thank you.
Could you mute your mic, please? Whoever joined by Zoom, please mute your mic.
Eventually, when YouTube wakes up. Come on. Thank you very much.
No. I'm not sure how we can, Dan, can you mute him on this end?
I'm trying
Troy's hosting. I told Troy to, because Troy's the one that.
So just so everyone understands that when we started
Yeah,
back,
that's what mine.
Arcan had ended their broadcasting.
Story of my life.
So what has been brought? So everything you've heard until now hasn't been broadcasted. But what we will do is we will post the full viewing of today's hearing on our E&E YouTube channel after it's over. But we may want to take a quick 5-minute recess, and our tip, well, 5 always turns into 10, right? So.
All right, we're off the record for 5 minutes. Okay, we're back on the record. I have one more comment card from Tetra Technologies, Alicia Boston. Come on up, ma'am. Have a seat.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Boston. I was before this commission back in September to establish the Tetra Evergreen Brine Unit. I'm General Counsel at Tetra, and I wanted to provide Tetra's views and thoughts on the matter that's before the Commission today. Tetra recently received an order from the AOGC to establish the Tetra Evergreen Brine Unit, from which we intend to produce bromine and ultimately lithium. Although the standard lithium royalty matter before the Commission today does not directly affect Tetra's new Evergreen Brine Unit, the outcome of this hearing will likely directly affect Tetra and other producers in the state. Based on our early economic work, the 12.5% rate on gross revenues from the sale of final products such as lithium carbonate, as proposed, is not economical. A 12.5% royalty structure may be common for wellhead sales of oil and gas, but should not be applied to brine production. From our perspective, we share the same view that it is important to distinguish an oil and gas royalty from a royalty on brine production. While oil and gas has value and available customers at the wellhead, brine does not. There is not a market where someone can buy or sell a barrel of brine. Unlike an oil and gas operator, a brine operator must invest beyond those wells and pipelines to also install processing and lithium extraction facilities that can remove the lithium from within that brine and then create a marketable product. From our own engineering and financial studies, as well as those published by Standard Lithium, the amount of capital investment to extract the lithium and convert it to a sellable product is estimated to be more than 4 times the amount of capital just to drill and complete the wells. In addition, even after the lithium is extracted from the brine, significant operating expense is still required to process that lithium into a refined specialty product that can be sold. The typical operating expenses as published are estimated to be in excess of $5,000 per metric ton. The 1/8 royalty that has been proposed is based on the gross proceeds from the sale of highly processed and refined lithium products. Just as we would not base an oil and gas royalty on the retail price of gasoline, for these reasons, it is not appropriate to base the lithium royalty on the gross proceeds received from the sales of refined lithium products. Without accounting for the substantial post-production capital and operating costs that will be incurred. Second, while oil and gas and mining markets are mature, it is important to recognize that lithium production from brine is in its infancy. In fact, at this time, there are no direct lithium extraction projects producing commercial quantities of lithium products anywhere in the U.S. A royalty structure for lithium needs to take into account the substantial risk and uncertainty that is being taken on by potential lithium projects. The technologies required, higher cost structure, brine concentration uncertainty, and limited customer base indicate that any royalty for lithium should be significantly less than oil, natural gas, or even bromine. The 12.5% proposal fundamentally fails to recognize this market reality. Both other jurisdictions and private parties impose royalties at rates similar to those proposed by Standard Lithium. We found 10+ lithium royalties in other jurisdictions, and none of those royalties for extracting lithium from brine have a 12.5% royalty rate on gross revenues. Lithium derivatives are a commodity, and as we know from every other commodity, they are subject to high pricing volatility. For instance, in the past 12 months, lithium carbonate prices have fallen 78%. Just 3 years ago, in November of 2020, lithium prices were $4,100 per metric ton, a price that would be less than the processing operating costs as estimated, and before accounting for the capital investment. Under such extreme pricing volatility, which is likely to persist in illiquid markets, a royalty of 12.5% of gross proceeds sale of lithium products will make these projects, in our opinion, uninvestable. Finally, we encourage the commissioners to set a lithium royalty that encourages investments in leading-edge lithium extraction technologies and infrastructure in Arkansas that will create a significant number of new jobs, provide mineral owners royalty income, and create more tax income to the state, counties, and cities in Southwest Arkansas. In order for the state of Arkansas to compete for investment dollars and be the first state with commercial direct lithium extraction operations, supported by billions of dollars of investment and great jobs, a reasonable royalty structure is required. Tetra believes the Standard Lithium royalty proposal is fair and equitable, and will attract investment, add significant jobs, and reward landowners appropriately. The suggested 12.5% royalty will not encourage lithium producers to take the risk on new leading-edge technologies. Adopting a 12.5% royalty rate on gross proceeds instead can create the environment where lithium will continue to be sourced from other parts of the world to meet our nation's new energy demands and leave Arkansas's mineral and landowners on the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boston. That is the sum total of my comment cards. Hold on a second, Mr. Honey. Anybody else in the audience wish to comment or speak to this docket? For the record, there was none. Mr. Honey.
Yeah, just housekeeping, like if and when a royalty is established and it's payable, Lanxess will process the royalty checks at the same way they do bromine checks. Lanxess has asked that, at such time as a motion is made to establish royalty, that it include a provision that the lithium royalty will be paid in the same manner as the bromine, i.e. quarterly, with the proviso that it can be accumulated up to $100 per year. The other housekeeping chore I'm requesting is that the request to operate the pilot plant be decided, if possible, first and separately before taking up the other issues. One final comment. Before Standard Lithium can proceed with, finalizing loan arrangements, capital contributions, that kind of thing, the royalty has to be established. If the commission's wish is to continue this matter to consider further or request further information, if at all possible, we had asked that it be taken up again at the January hearing, as opposed to putting off. We'd want to hear it in January if we can, rather than delaying until, I guess, the March hearing in Hot Springs or the April 3rd.
Is Mr. Honey, is that your closing statement as well as your housekeeping, or?
No, I did not have a closing statement.
Mr. Perkins?
Closing statement.
Just a couple of comments to wrap up. You heard all the testimony from both sides. You heard Standard Lithium give their presentation. You heard Eric Kraus, and you heard Chip Bamberger. And you heard Dr. Robinson state that this project won't work at 12.5%, but you didn't hear why. You didn't see any data. He didn't give you any financial analysis, no background or support for that statement at all. What you got from Mr. Kraus was an analysis using their numbers of the finances with the economic model that they produced in a definitive feasibility study that demonstrated at 12.5% based on the base case that they presented that Dr. Robinson said was still good. Their internal rate of return would be still about 21%. That's double the average rate of return for mines and mineral extraction. It's 4 or 5 times the normal average rate of return for an oil and gas project. This is, like I said, it's more like they're building a processing facility. They're not building a production facility. And what they're going to produce there is lithium carbonate. That's what this royalty relates to. We think 12.5% is fair and equitable, and we ask that that's what you decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Honey, I have. Sure thing. Go ahead, Mr. Honey.
I'll be brief. This question of fair and equitable compensation to the mineral owner has to be based on the value of the brine. That's the only thing they bring to the table. It's the raw material. And to say that 12.5% of the value of the finished product is fair and equitable compensation for providing raw material, which is only a small part of the total contribution to the value of that final product, it just doesn't make any sense. it's, there's a lot of intellectual property that is added to value. There's capital cost of this plant. And for the lithium owners to invest nothing and take no risk and yet receive a share of the profits rather than a fraction of 1/8 royalty on the value of the raw material that they provide is fundamentally wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Honey. The question that I had for you was in terms of that the first motion on the pilot plant continue operation. I assume you want that for another 12 months, or did you have a time frame in mind?
Well, we were contemplating that the royalty would be established and that, we'd move forward with building a plant. So it would be ongoing authority with no sunset. And kind of the sense I'm getting is that perhaps sunset would be palatable commission. But we didn't request a specific time. We were asking for ongoing evergreen.
All right, with that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. Commissioners, this matter is ready for adjudication. Do you want me to set the table for you in terms of what the 3 issues are and make a motion on each one of those issues? All right. So the first one is, can the pilot plant operate after December 5th? Is there a motion from the commission regarding that matter? Hold on. Motion from Commissioner Lawson, second from Commissioner Liner. Is that right? Okay.
4 months or I'd say evergreen.
All right. Do you want? All right. Any further discussion? If not, show of hands. I have 8 yes votes. Motion passes. Second item is pursuant to 1576-315C2. Can the plant profitably extract substances from the brine solution other than bromine? Is there a motion on that issue?
Discussion. We're not able to see the whole economics. We've not seen the total economics presented because of a ongoing proprietary discussion. And my recommendation would be to have Standard Lithium, the 2 outlets, thanks to Standard Lithium, show the economics to staff, Larry and perhaps Mr. Hilton, and also as so we got to determine that it's economic. Yeah. This is determining that it's an economic element.
The economic element. So the first one is, commissioners, this next one that I've got teed up is, again, can the plant profitably extract substances from the brine solution other than bromine? In other words, can it profitably extract lithium? And then the third one, which would be, if you do establish a profitable extraction, what should be the fair and equitable basis for accounting separately to the royalty? So it's the royalty payment.
So in my mind, at this point, we haven't seen we've had a statement that at their proposed royalty that the plant would be profitable. But we haven't seen the data, and so my request would be that data be shown to staff.
So you're saying, Commissioner Wolford, that both of those, in your mind, are intertwined, both of those?
Unless I'm way off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's cobbling them both together, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just saying, you got to plug in some royalty to determine if you're profitable. And properly track the product. And I'm not saying we're agreeing with that rule. I'm just saying, is there some rule? And I'm using their assumed rule is that starting. And then what's going to come next? I don't think I'm ready to determine the royalty at all.
Is there,
So basically what I'm saying is economics to be run, to demonstrate that with economics they run at their proposed royalty, that is profitable. And the only way we can see it as fully profitable is if we have the proprietary information presented. And by using staff, we can, they should be protected by the trade secret rule, according to Shane.
Mr. Pinkleton, can you weigh in on that? Does the commission have? I know that my commission with DEQ does trade secrets. I didn't know whether or not this commission had, and whether or not there might be a violation of the state FOI. And okay, here comes the secretary. Vote on.
Then we don't have a full policy.
Commissioners, I might have an answer for you from Mr. Pinkleton in terms of the trade secret aspect. You're not Mr. Pinkleton.
I guess if you stand here and don't answer long enough, I'll have to come up, right? I think what we're talking about specifically is under the Freedom of Information Act, what an agency or State Department has the authority to disclose or not disclose. And there is a trade secret exemption under the Freedom of Information Act. So if we received a request for a Freedom of Information Act request to disclose that information, that we could utilize that provision as a trade secret exemption to not disclose that information publicly. What may or may not be, I guess, probably the harder question is, which staff you're going to use and who has subject to that information and how closely held that information is.
Well, and I'm guessing, I'm just going to speculate that you're going to get some objections from some other folks, like maybe Mr. Parkins, on this entire thing as well.
Well, let me just say, and this isn't about freedom of information or whether there's authority for trade secrets at all. It's more basic. It's if the commission bases a decision on financial information that you don't disclose to anyone, how can, for example, if I disagree with it and I appeal it and I go to the court and say, well, they based it on some number they didn't tell us, they're going to say you can't do that. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't think it can be done that way. I understand the concern and I'm not pushing back on that. I just think legally it's fraught with all kinds of problems.
And because of that, I hate to give advice on the fly.
and I'm not.
No, I understand.
And I think that's a secondary point to whether or not we can withhold it using a trade secret exemption is how do you then utilize that information beyond Director Bingle or Administrator Bingle and staff to the commission being able to consider it for this purpose. So I'm going to go sit back down now. Exactly. That's the problem. It may not help you all.
Andy, do y'all have a lease agreement, contract? What kind of agreement do y'all have?
Yeah, you're back to asking questions, Mr. Chairman, and this is adjudication. We've almost stretched it even beyond that a little bit here. So is there just a motion from the commission to table the last two matters
I make a motion to table that.
and take it up in January? Take it up in January, Commissioner? Or just table it?
You know, the challenge for this commission is how do we think we have an asset here, we being Arkansas, the United States of America, world, that's very valuable. You know, it takes 35 pounds of rare minerals to make one edge 35. You know, so lithium is part of that. And so we want to get this right, but we want to be fair to all the stakeholders. We want to be fair to the owners, we want to be fair to the operating companies, obviously, because it's got to work economically. So the challenge for us is we're trying to get there is to find that right balance that is fair and equitable to everybody concerned. And that's what I'm trying to do.
So I think I had a motion from Commissioner Wolford to table, second from Commissioner Langley, Chair Langley. All right, Chair Langley. I believe that's the case. Any further discussion? If not, show of hand. Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. We got to vote on, well, we got to vote. The proposed meeting is in force. Easier for that to be able to trade on. Swap, keep a month. Hey, can y'all use the mic? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Any other discussion? If not, show of hands. I count 8 votes in favor, the motion passes. The last two items.
Judge, can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Is the commission going to want or expect some additional information? I mean, I don't quite understand. I mean, if you just need time to think about it, that's fine. It's none of my business. But I couldn't tell if this is tabling it to somehow obtain additional information or where we're going here.
I think, Mr. Perkins, what the commission is looking for is from additional financial information from Standard Chlorine and Standard Lithium, sorry. And I believe that's their intent. But then you get into the weeds in terms of who can see it and how it's going to be presented in the whole bit. And I understand and appreciate your concerns as well in terms of trying to make a record for a potential appeal on information you haven't seen. Hopefully all that can be hammered out and ironed out by the January meeting.
So we can anticipate some interim correspondence about what you expect from the parties, perhaps? Is that where we're going here?
I'm optimistic that that's the plan.
Well, I think what he's saying is we hadn't made any demands from anybody. to do
Yeah,
this.
you haven't
Right.
just bring anything or.
I would like to see both parties make an effort. It is to canvass the abstract plans, the courthouses and the landmen that are working in South Arkansas and bring before the commission a copy of a lease paid up for the development of lithium that includes the highest and best terms available within the region. Thank you.
Just an answer, Alan, for me, the economics are incomplete.
I understand.
Yeah.
just trying to figure out how we can help you.
Yeah.
That's all.
I have no way to compel it.
Yeah. I understand.
Other than time. Time tends to compel it.
Any other questions, Ms. Perkins, Mr. Honey? All right, if not, we're moving on. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, do you want to take another 5-minute break to let the room clear? All right, we're off the record. All right, Commissioners, we are back on the record. Mr. Rankin has requested that his matter in docket number 095-2023-12 be moved up on the agenda because he has a witness that has something exigent in terms of leaving. So with the commission's indulgence, is it okay if we take up Mr. Rankin's matter before everybody else's? All right. So that matter is docket number 095-2023-12. Merit Energy Company is the applicant. The attorney, as I stated, is Mr. Rankin. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status. Location section 34 Township 8 North, Range 13 West, Fauquier County, B43 well spacing area. Mr. Rankin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. The list of pre-filed exhibits appear on page 2 of this application. They are Exhibit A, the list of parties receiving notice. Exhibit B is the fluid level test dated November 1st, 2023. Exhibit C is the proof of publication, and Exhibit D is the affidavit of notice to interested parties. Originals of C and D have been provided to the council for the commission. We'd move for the introduction of the exhibits into the record.
The motion is granted. Those exhibits are made part of the record. Commissioners, is there any recusals on this matter? I will note for the record there were none. Mr. Rankin.
Thank you, Judge. This is for the Stevenson 8-13 1-34H well. Originally granted administrative approval for TA status in 2017. Merit then moved in 2020 to extend it. And now we are here to ask for the second extension. With me at the table is Matt Collins from Merit. He is an engineer, but he's not here not today to offer an expert opinion. So we aren't having him recognized, but he is a party representative to explain the reason for the request. But before I get to ask Mr. Collins any questions, I do want to point out that there is a surface use agreement in place for this well site. Also, the Woolley 8-13 2-22H34 well also produces from the unit that the subject well is located, so it will continue to be held by production. But with that information, I would like to have Mr. Collins sworn and ask him a couple of questions.
Sir, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth? Thank you, sir. Frankie, please proceed.
Please.
Yes, I'm Matt Collins.
How are you employed?
I'm an operations engineer with Merit Energy Company.
Okay, you heard me just explain to the commission about this being the third request. Could you explain to the commission what is necessary to bring this well back into operation?
Yeah, so this Stevenson 1 is a well that Merit has on its reactivation list. In order to reactivate this well, we would have to get slick line on location and swab down the existing fluid level. And then be able to kick the well off with gas lift after that to be able to produce it at an economic rate. With that factored in, and the high water production, factoring in the permanent compressor that we'd have to have on location, have high operating costs behind that. And with those costs, an overall gas price of $3.70 per MCF is required in order to call this project economically viable.
So the break-even price of gas to make this the workover economical was $3.70. Okay. And just so the commission kind of has some degree of comfort that this isn't an application just to kick the can down the road, I'd like you to maybe tell them how many wells has Merit plugged so far this year in its plugging program?
In 2023, Merit has plugged 25 wells.
And looking for, you got any idea what's coming up?
And heading into 2024, we're going to be close to that number. That is what we're estimating to be 25.
So then this application certainly isn't in that category of kicking the can down the road on this one. Do you think there is an economic life left in this well?
Yes, that's correct.
In your opinion, any requirement by the commission to plug and abandon this well, could that lead to causing an economic waste for Merit and the correlative rights of those involved?
Yes, that's correct.
That's good.
Commissioners, any questions? Rankin?
No, brother.
All right, I'll call the evidentiary record to a close then. Any abstentions based on the evidence adduced? For the record that there are none. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Motion from the Chair Langley. Second from Commissioner Lawson. Any other further discussion? If not, show of hands. 8 votes, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Daly?
Mr. Perkins has graciously allowed me the opportunity to go before him so that we can drive to Northwest Arkansas.
Mr. Daly, you here on 92?
Yeah, I am Mr. Rankin's other case.
Okay. Commissioners, is that okay with you? All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, next item on the agenda is docket 092-2023-12. Merit Energy LLC, Oxley Energy is the applicant. Mr. Daly is the attorney, subject to the transfer of well location, section 24, township 5 north, range 30 west. Scott County B44 well spacing area is the field. Mr. Daly, you are recognized.
Sure. Commission General Rule B4H4 specifies that a well making less than 25 MCF per day cannot be transferred without approval of the commission and a $35,000 bond being posted. There is such a well in section 24 Township 5 North, range 30 west in Scott County. It's called the Gray number 2 well. There were 2 working interest owners in the unit. There is now 1. Merit has sold all rights in the Gray unit to Oxley, and Oxley wishes to assume the operations of the Gray number 2 well, which at the moment at least makes less than 25 MCF a day. Mr. Mark Wilson and
hold on, Mr. Daly. Let me ask 2 things. One is Mr. Daly, set the table. Any recusals from the commission based on what he has stated? I'll note for the record there were none. Mr. Daly, do you have any exhibits that you need to introduce?
Yeah, I'm going to in just a second.
Okay.
We have two witnesses, Mark Wilson and Jeff Gist. Jeff is an expert in petroleum geology, having had his credentials first recognized in order reference number 65-2006-03. We have pre-filed exhibits, including Exhibit G, which I handed to each commissioner this morning, and Exhibit G and the court reporter, and Exhibit G itemizes the other exhibits. We move the admission of those exhibits into evidence, the incorporation by reference of Mr. Gift's credentials, and that request that the witnesses be sworn.
Motion is granted. Your exhibits are made part of the record. Gentlemen, would you be so kind as to raise your right hands? Oh, you swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth. Thank you both. Mr. Daly?
Grab that mic so that they can hear you. State your name and employment.
My name is Mark Wilson. I'm Arkansas Land Manager for Oxley Energy LLC.
Are you familiar with the transaction ongoing whereby Oxley is purchasing all of the interest of the other working interest owner, that being Merit, in the gray unit?
Yes.
When the transaction is completed, is it true that Oxley will be the only working interest owner in the wells in the unit?
No, we'll be the only working interest owner in the gray number 2 well.
Gray number 2 well. You have internal partners in some of the other ones.
No, we have 2 partners, Southern Resources out of Oklahoma City and Han Oil and Gas.
That's why we have a list of interested parties. What is the configuration of the physical configuration of the wells vis-a-vis the pipeline, the market, and the grid?
Well, there's a pipeline that goes north-south, energy transfer pipeline that goes north and south, and the gray number 2 lies on that particular pipeline.
And so is it going to result in any significant additional expense for you to take over the gray number 2?
No.
And the gray number 2 well is capable of producing gas?
Yes.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Wilson?
Commissioners, any questions? Apparently not, Mr. Daly. Next witness.
My name is Jeff Gist.
And are you employed as a geologist for Oxley?
Yes, I am.
What do you intend to do with the gray number 2 well if the transfer of operations is approved?
We plan to, when we operate, study, watch production rates. We operate 2 additional wells in the unit, the grade number 4 and the grade number 5D. And this will gain additional gas with little or no additional cost.
In other words, the gray number 2 well, while it is making less than 25 MCF a day, will cash flow.
Yes.
And therefore, is it your opinion that if it were required to be plugged at this time, natural resources would be wasted?
Yes.
And commissioners, you will notice Exhibit B is the $35,000 bond that has already been prepared by Oxley and approved by the surety. That concludes our presentation.
Commissioners, any questions? Anything further, Mr. Daly? If not, I'll call the evidentiary record to close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Any abstentions from the commission based on the evidence adduced? Motion made by Commissioner Weiser to approve. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Phillips. Show of hands. 8 votes yes, motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Daly. Oh, thank you.
Let's see.
All right, next item on the regular docket, docket number 079-2023-10. Applicant is Flywell Energy Production LLC. Attorney is Mr. Perkins. Subject is authority to commingle production, approval of production allocation methodology. Location section 31, Township 8 North, Range 11 West, Cleveland County, B43 well spacing area. Commissioners, any recusals on this matter? Two. I have Commissioner Weiser and Commissioner Wolford who are recusing. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is the Packer removal allocation proposal for the SNEED 911-9-31H19. C is a spreadsheet listing the working interest owner responses to the proposal. D is a proof of publication. E is an affidavit of notice. The originals of D and E have been provided to Mr. Pilkington already. In addition, I've just handed out to each of you a supplemental Exhibit F, which is just a well layout map that Southwestern Energy did when they drilled the well. I think it'll be useful in explaining the situation here. I would ask that all of those exhibits be admitted to the record.
The motion is granted. Exhibits are admitted into the record.
I have two witnesses with me today, Chris Lancaster with Land and Colin Fike, who's an expert in petroleum engineering. Mr. Fike's qualifications were first recognized by this commission in docket number 107-2022-12. Would ask that Mr. Fike's qualifications be admitted and incorporated and that the witnesses would be sworn.
Motion granted in terms of incorporating their credentials into the record. Gentlemen, would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? You swear from the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth. Thank you both.
All right, just as a reminder, this docket was called in October. We didn't have enough commissioners for a quorum, but I was allowed to make a correction because the face of the application had the wrong township range and section listed. That was corrected. We've also then re-noticed everyone, and the originals of those notices have been provided to Mr. Pilkington. The correct township range and section is section 31, township 9 North, range 11 West. So I just wanted to remind the commission of that correction that was made last time. Let me give you, if I may, just a little bit of background because I think it'll shorten things. So this is a commingling application where Flywheel is requesting to commingle production from the Hale Formation with production from the Fayetteville Shale Formation. Previously and in the past, those were produced separately, one up the tubing, one up the casing. They were separately metered. And Mr. Pike can explain to you the problems that have been encountered that are leading to this application. But I wanted to give you this background. So originally, there were 4 horizontal wells drilled off this same pad. And so if you would refer to the supplemental Exhibit F that I passed out to you, this was Southwestern Energy's exhibit back at the time of this original application. And you'll see the yellow highlighting around the well pad. There were 4 wells that all extended northward from the pad. The pad is located in section 31, goes through the entirety of section 30 and ends at approximately the section boundary between 30 and 19 to the north. When they drilled the wells, there was pressure on the surface casing in all 4 wells. And there was an emergency order to flare that, that gas pending an full application before the commission, back at that time. SECO believed that the hail formation was the source, and so what they proposed to do was to complete the hail formation in one of the 4 wells. It's the well that's on this application, the number 9 well, in order to relieve the pressure in all of the wells. That was successful. And at the time then, the Fayetteville production was allocated to all 3 sections pursuant to the normal formula, 30, 31, and 19, because it's too close to the section line to meet the setback requirements. But the commission then heard the information about the hail production and determined on an application of SECO in the alternative, either for an exceptional location or to allocate the production between sections 30 and 31 for the hail, since it's a conventional formation, not Fayetteville Shale formation. That was granted, and the commission determined that the production would be allocated only between sections 30 and 31 on a 60% to section 31 and 40% to section 30. And that's Commission Order number 101-3-2012-05. And we would ask that be included in this record as well. So that's where we are today. We're asking for, we're going to continue, the point is to continue the same allocation, but now we're going to commingle, and Mr. Fike can explain how we're going to, how they intend to allocate that production between hail production and Fayetteville Shale production. But I felt it was useful to kind of understand the history of how we got here today. So I'll begin with Mr. Fike. Attached to the application was really a report, I'll call it, or a memo prepared by Mr. Fike that explains the situation. And I'm going to ask him if he can just to summarize it or walk you through that with reference to the various graphs and the calculations to explain what it is that Flywheel is proposing. First, let's start out with what's the problem? Why are we having to do this today, Mr. Fike?
Yes, we've been having problems with the hail production of the casings for large flow area flow up. Can't really liquefy that formation very well, so it loads up. There's very little we can do. We've attempted to pump foam slurries and shut in extended pressure buildups and flow the hail production without very much success. So that hail production has fallen off. We're not producing what it is capable of producing. On the other side, the Fayetteville producing up the tubing, we installed a plunger lift system. It's doing a great job liquefying that zone. So what we're proposing is to remove the packer, essentially flow the hail production down the casing annulus of the tubing, commingled downhole with the Fayetteville coming up the tubing, so we can use the plunger lift system right there to help liquefy that zone and get most of the gas production back from that zone.
Okay, so since under this proposal, then the hail and the Fayetteville would no longer be separately metered, how would Flywheel determine how to allocate the gas being produced as identifying it as either Fayetteville gas or hail gas, so that the allocation of royalties is proper?
Yes, so we do regular gas analyses, and there's quite a bit of data provided in the report showing the historical trend of BTU content of the gas. The hail formation has been very stable, very consistent. BTU content averaging 1,012 BTUs per foot cube, whereas the Fayetteville is declining over time as the CO2 has increased. So what we're proposing is by just after we commingle the 2 wells, we'll have regularly scheduled gas analyses. We'll measure the current BTU content of the gas And then we can take baseline ratios and determine how much gas is coming from each zone. Because the B2 content of the Fayetteville has been declining, I looked at the offset wells on either side, and they show the exact same decline in B2 content. So we can use them as an analog of what the B2 content of the Fayetteville formation will continue to do over time. And we are assuming from historical trend that the hail will continue to be flat. So in this way, we can proportionally distribute the BTUs, the BTU content, the volume of sales to each zone, and then the normal allocations between sections and royalty owners for users partners will be unchanged.
So you would do monthly gas analyses both in this well to determine the mixed BTU, and then you would also do a monthly analysis in one or both of the adjacent Fayetteville wells to determine the current content, BTU content of the Fayetteville gas. Is that right?
Yes.
And once you have those two numbers, it's just a math problem to determine the percentage of gas being contributed by the Hale Formation versus the Fayetteville Shale Formation. Is that right?
Yes. Example of a math problem with theoretical, what numbers that could be realistic in the future. Follow through all of the energy content balances out. So the mixed stream, the total BTUs that are produced up the wellbore will be allocated to the zones.
Any questions for Mr. Feig from the commission?
Commissioners, any questions? Oh, sir.
All right.
Next witness.
Mr. Lancaster, what is your position with Flywheel?
I'm a land associate.
All right, and have you been responsible with regard to this application for the correspondence with the working interest owners in these units about this application?
Yes.
And what type of, summarize for the commission, if you would, the responses that you received from the working interest owners?
Yes, so we received consent from 99.84% of the working interest partners and no response from 0.16%, which makes up just 3 partners.
And
oh, yeah.
With regard to those, so that those other, it's quite common, is it not, that some of these really minor participants just don't respond to these types of requests for consent from Flywheel?
Correct.
And so what you're asking the commission to then approve this without regard to those that just chose not to respond?
Yes.
Did you make multiple efforts to try to contact them?
We have.
Okay. But with regard to all of the others who did respond, those were all in favor. Those were consent responses, correct?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
Commissioners, any questions? Anything else you need to add, Mr. Perkins?
No, I just wanted to point out that we're not proposing to change anything about the allocation of proceeds from either formation. We're going to follow Flywheel is going to continue to follow the orders that are already in place. It's merely a difference in the mechanism for determining how much gas came from each source.
With that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close based on the evidence elicited. Any recused, any abstentions? This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Motion by Commissioner Lawson, second by Commissioner Thomas. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, signify by raising your hands. I have 6 yes votes. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is docket 085-2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production LLC. Attorney is Mr. Perkins. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status. Location is section 12, township 8 north, range 15 west. Conway County, B43 well spacing area is the field. Ms. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is a fluid level test, November 23rd, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is an affidavit of notice. The originals of C and D have been provided today to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
All right, before we get into that, any recusals from the commission? No, for the record, there were none. Your motion is granted. Those exhibits are made part of the record.
All right, we'll try to click through these as quick as we can. All of these, my remaining applications are temporary abandonment extensions. This one is no different. The Anthony DeSalvo Trust 815-2-12H well is the one that's the subject of this application. The applicant needs to install a plunger and possibly perform a lateral acid treatment. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. There is a surface use agreement on the well site. And of course, the applicant agrees to all the commission imposed requirements, including the continuing the bond that's already in place and the imposed restriction on prohibiting the transfer.
Any abstentions, commissioners? Anything else you need to add, Mr. Perkins?
So, oh, I'm sorry. Yes, $4.32 is the estimated break-even price.
Any other questions for the commission? All right, if not, I'll call this matter, the evidentiary part of the record to a close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Commissioner Weiser made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Chair Langley made a second. Any further discussion? If not, show of hands. I see 8 votes in favor. Motion passes. Next item is docket number 086-2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production. Attorney is Mr. Perkins, subject to extension of temporary abandonment status, location section 15, township 10 north, range 16 west. Counties Van Buren, field is B43 well spacing area. Any recusals on this application? No, for the record, there were none. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. Before I get into that application, I just wanted to also give you an update as I do from time to time. This time I compiled the data from 2020 through 2023, just so that you know these are not all being done so that they don't have to do anything. During that 4-year period, Flywheel has returned 114 wells to sales from temporary abandonment status and has plugged and abandoned 107. So I just wanted to give you that information because it's good to know that they're active on both fronts. And I assume there is a schedule of wells that are BP&A that Director Bingle would know. I don't have those numbers in front of me. But they continue to do work on both fronts to manage their wells properly. The originals, the exhibits that were attached to the application are listed on page 2. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is a fluid level test of November 23rd, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is an affidavit of notice to interested parties. The originals of C and D have been provided today to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are made part of the record.
This is another temporary abandonment extension application for the Green Bay Package 10-16 2-15H well. The applicant needs to replace tubing and install a plunger. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. The estimated break-even price is $4.86 an MCF. There is a surface use agreement on the well site, and Flywheel would, of course, agree to the commission imposed restrictions and the continuing the individual well bond.
Any questions from the commission? Anything?
What's the cost? You may know, what's the cost of replacing?
Well, I don't know. Our engineer might be able to answer that question, but I assume it would vary from well to well.
I don't want to slow it down.
Or perhaps Commissioner Walford would know.
Anything else from the commission? Anything else from you, Mr. Parkins?
Nothing further.
All right. With that, I'll call the evidentiary part of the record to a close. This matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Motion made to approve by Commissioner Phillips. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Lawson. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion passes, 8 votes. Next item is docket number 087-2023-12. Flywheel Energy Production is the applicant. Attorney is Mr. Parkins. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status, location section 34, Township 10 North, Range 16 West, Van Buren County, B43 well spacing area. Any recusals from the commission on this application? Now, for the record, there are none. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Molden. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is the fluid level test of November 23rd, 2022. C is the proof of publication. D is an affidavit of notice. The originals of C and D have been provided to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are part of the record.
For this particular well, the Coon 1016 2-34H well, the applicant needs to reinstall a plunger equipment and possibly perform a pump tubing acid job. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. The estimated break-even price for those operations is $2.37. There is a surface use agreement in place, an individual well bond, which will be continued, and the applicant agrees to the other commission imposed restrictions.
Any questions from the commission?
Yes, sir. I do not know.
Okay.
Sometimes, you know, the order in which they are taken is a logistical question. So they may be, they may plan to do 2 or 3 wells in a particular area at the same time, or for other logistical reasons. It's not just all in order based on break-even price. I appreciate that, Commissioner Phillips.
Any other questions from the commission? Anything else you need to add, Mr. Perkins?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll call the evidentiary record to a close. Matter ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Chair Langley has made a motion to approve the application. Is there a second? Commissioner Liner has seconded. Any other discussion? If not, show of hands. 8 yes votes. Motion passes. Next item is docket number 088-2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production LLC. Says here the attorney is Forrest Stobaugh, but I don't think you look like him, Mr. Perkins.
That was a mistake.
Yeah. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status. Location is section 3, Township 9 North, Range 14 West, Counties Van Buren. What field is B43 well spacing area? Any recusals from the commission on this matter? So for the record, there were none. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties. B is a fluid level test of December 22nd, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is an affidavit of notice. The originals of C and D have been provided to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Forgot to ask for recusals as I rapidly go through this. No, for the record, there are none. Please proceed, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. So the Mills 914 2-3H well needs a plunger installation and an acid treatment. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. The estimated break-even price for this well is $3.45. There is a surface use agreement in place, an individual well bond that will continue, and the applicant would agree to the other commission-imposed restrictions.
Commissioners, any questions? Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Perkins?
Nothing further.
All right. The evidentiary record to a close. I know there are probably no abstentions as well. Matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Commissioner Weiser has moved to approve. Is there a second? Commissioner Phillips has seconded. Further discussion? Not show of hands. 8 yes votes. Motion passes. Next item is docket number 089-2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production. Attorney is Mr. Perkins. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status. Location is section 15, township 8 north, range 13 west. Rockland County is the county. Field is B43 well spacing area. Any recusals? No, for the record, there are none. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2 of the application. Those include Exhibit A, list of parties. B is a fluid level test of December 22nd, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is the affidavit of notice to interested parties. The originals of C and D have been provided to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are part of the record.
This particular well, the Stevens John 813 1-15H well, needs reinstallation of a permanent gas lift compressor and likely will need H2S separation equipment. The estimated break-even price of those operations is $3.82. There is a surface use agreement in place on this well site. The individual well bond in place will be continued, and the applicant would of course agree to the other commission imposed restrictions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commission?
No, just a second, I'll tell you. I'll let you know. I just don't know the answer to that. I didn't think it was a Moorfield well.
Any other questions from the commission? Anything further from you, Mr. Perkins, on this?
Further.
All right, if that's the case, any abstentions based on the record? No, for the record, there are none. This matter is ready for adjudication. For a motion from the commission. Motion from Commissioner Phillips to approve. Second. Second by Commissioner Weiser. Further discussion? If not, show of hands. Motion passes 8 votes. Next item is docket number 090-2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production. Attorney is Mr. Perkins. Subject is extension of temporary abandonment status. Location is section 1, township 9 north, range 14 west, Van Buren County, B43 well spacing area. Any recusals on this matter? No, for the record, there are none. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge. The list of pre-filed exhibits is shown on page 2. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is the fluid level test of January 27th, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is an affidavit of notice to interested parties. The originals of C and D have been provided to Mr. Pilkington today. Would ask those exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Those exhibits are made a part of the record.
This particular well, the Wisenhunt 914 2-1H well, the applicant has indicated that this well needs to perform a wireline pump down, run a hole finder, and possibly a plunger installation and permanent compression. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. The cost of those operations indicate an estimated break-even price of $3.08. There is a surface use agreement in place. There is an individual well bond in place that will continue, and the applicant agrees to the other commission-imposed restrictions.
Ms. Perkins, any questions from the commission? Anything further that you need to add?
Nothing further.
Call the evidentiary record to a close. The matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? Chair Rangley has made a motion to approve. Is there a second? Commissioner Lawson has seconded. Any other discussion? If not, show of hands. 8 votes yes, motion passes. Mr. Perkins, winding it up here. Next item is docket number 091, 2023-12. Applicant is Flywheel Energy Production LLC. The attorney is Mr. Alan Perkins. Subject extension of temporary abandonment status, location section 22, Township 8 North, Range 13 West, Whatcom County, P43 well spacing area. Any recusals from the commission? No, for the record, there are none. Mr. Perkins, you are recognized.
Thank you, Judge Moulton. The pre-filed exhibits are listed on page 2. Those include Exhibit A, a list of parties receiving notice. B is a fluid level test of December 22nd, 2022. C is a proof of publication. D is the affidavit of notice to interested parties. The originals of C and D have been provided this morning to Mr. Pilkington. I would ask that the exhibits be admitted.
Motion is granted. Exhibits are part of the record.
The Woolley 813 1-22 H well requires installation of a plunger system, the reinstallation of permanent gas lift compression, and likely will need H2S separation equipment. The applicant wants to retain this well for economical return to production. The estimated break-even price is $4.70. There is a surface use agreement in place on the well site, an individual well bond in place that will continue, and the applicant would agree to the other commission-imposed restrictions.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Any questions from the commission? Anything else you'd like to add, Mr. Perkins?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, sir. Call the evidentiary record to a close. Matter ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission on this application? Mr. Weiser made a motion to approve. I'm going to say that.
No, that was new Commissioner.
Commissioner Westphal,
We don't want to get that one wrong.
I'm gonna call his a second.
Oh, okay.
That's judicial prerogative right there. Motion made, seconded. Any other discussion? If not, show of hands. 8 votes, motion passes. Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. You're up next for the motion. I'm gonna look at you for the next one here. All right, next item on the agenda is South document 093 8-2023-12. Operator is Viva SWD LLC. Subject to development of data on this, location is section 20 conservation or transaction, but having posted the field this morning. Any refusals on this matter? So for the record, there were none. People think you are recognized.
Thank you. I have several pre-filed exhibits I would move for admission of. They include Exhibit A, which is the Form 1 organization report. Exhibit B is the affidavit of notice. Exhibit C is the copy of notice of hearing. Exhibit D is a previous commission order issued this year, order number 009A-2023-1. Exhibit E is the proof of public notice from the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. I would move for admission of each of these exhibits into the record.
Motion is granted. The exhibits are part of the record.
At this time, I would like to call testimony from Mr. Hanson.
Would you be so kind as to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this hearing is going to be the truth?
I
Thank you, sir. Please proceed, Mr. Pinkleton.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson, you work at the commission, correct?
Correct.
And you have knowledge of the operations of the Reba 220 well, is that correct?
Lack of operation, yes.
Lack of operations. Let's go into that in a little bit more detail. Earlier this year, there was an application filed by commission staff to compel this operator to the well, is that correct?
Yes.
And previously, how did the commission rule on that application?
They gave the operator 60 days to plug the wells. 60 days being paid as the
So 60 days from the date that was provided in the order, they were supposed to plug the well. Did the operator plug the well within that time frame?
No, they did not plug the well, nor did they make any contact with staff.
And is it your understanding that this well should be declared abandoned because the commission ordered the permit holder to plug the well and they did not comply with that order?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions from this witness.
Commissioners, any questions?
I believe the bond has been called.
Currently, I can answer that. I'm sorry. We filed a bond forfeiture. The time period for the operator to contest that bond forfeiture ended, I believe, last week. We are currently in the process of doing a site draft to recover that bond. The concern here is that even if we do have the bond, we may not have sufficient funds to plug it with just that funding. So we're requesting that this well be put into the AOW program in case there's any overage.
$50,000 commercial well.
Yes.
Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none, Mr. Pinkleton, anything else you'd like to add?
Nothing further.
If not, I'll call the evidentiary record to a close. The matter is ready for adjudication. Is there a motion from the commission? No, I'm going to skip over you this time, Commissioner Weiser. Yep. Commissioner Westfeld made a motion to approve, second by Commissioner Weiser. Any other discussion? All in favor, show of hands. 8 votes yes, motion passes. Next item has been continued, docket number 094A at the request of staff. So we are jumping to docket number 096A-2022-12. There is no operator on this one. We just have an attorney, Mr. Pinkleton. The subject is the request for director's authority during lithium exploratory operations. Locations are multiple, county and field are multiple. Mr. Pinkleton, you are recognized.
Yes, I believe commission staff has some explaining to do here, and we plan on doing that. First, there are 2 pre-filed exhibits I would move for admission of. That includes Exhibit A, the notice of hearing, and Exhibit B is the proof of publication of notice of hearing. I would move for admission of each of those exhibits into the record.
Motion is granted. Exhibits are part of the record. I did gloss over recusals because I don't know what they're even recusing on, and neither do they probably. So go ahead.
Fair enough. And through previous discussions with Director Bingle, I believe that there were certain activities going on during lithium exploratory operations that the director wanted to clarify and make sure that he could get authorization to grant administratively. At this time, I'm going to defer to Director Bingle to explain what those activities are.
Please proceed.
As the commission is aware, we do not have a complete set of rules dealing with brine production. We have a brine statute. We have some orders dealing with the class 5 wells. And we have incorporated brine production wells, injection wells in some of our other general oil and gas rules. All these were adopted when brine production was already established and existing prior to the statute being adopted and prior to our rules. None of those rules really cover what's going on with the lithium exploration. We permit a well, but prior to commercial production, until we approve that, there needs to be provisions in the drilling permits that we want to put as drilling permit conditions to do step rate tests, injection tests, production tests, sampling, all sorts of protocols during the exploratory phase of the lithium projects prior to us determining the royalty payment, which then after which, commercial production could begin. Rather than doing that hearing by hearing, and for you to do that on each individual well, what I'm proposing in the letter before you is a list of items that I would approve administratively as permit conditions to the permits issued in the brine or in the lithium exploratory areas, primarily with saltworks, Tetra, and Standard Lithium in their west unit, not in the south unit that they're dealing with Lanxess on. Now, answer any questions you have on what I listed.
Any questions from the commission?
I think there's some discussion as to and adding to your letter, giving you the authority to request all people seeking a permit for lithium test well, extraction well, or injection well be required to file an electric log from the base of the well to the base of the surface case.
Okay. I can be added in there.
That includes a DD in whatever language you choose, whichever type of log at the director's discretion.
Okay.
If there's an intermediate strength, it needs to be before they set that, so they can grab the base of the surface.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commission?
Do we want to say it sets a minimum set of laws, like combo? Platform to spread, something like that.
Do you want a density and a induction?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you receive any comments on the notice?
We did not.
This will just streamline the whole process. We've been just authorizing things in the interim, but this is going to require a lot more over the next year and a half prior to commercial production beginning in a couple of years from now.
Anything in this about core analysis, anything?
They're pouring and getting their information. They report that on a Form 3 completion report. The analysis is their information. It's not required to report other than a core was taken. I've asked them to, when they do core, when they're done with the analyses, if they want to voluntarily contribute that to the geological survey, they can then stay on file.
Any other questions? Pinkelton, anything else you need to add?
Nothing further.
With that, I'll call the evidentiary record to a close, commissioners. Matters ready for adjudication. If you want to make a motion to approve staff's request with the caveats that Commissioner Thomas added to staff's request. All right. Commissioner Lawson has moved to approve as amended, second by Commissioner Liner. Any further questions or comments? If not, show of hands. Motion passes 8 votes. Thank you, Mr. Pinkerton. For our open docket, Commission will now hear public comments concerning the following areas of Commission jurisdiction: whether or not waste of oil and or gas is taking place or is reasonably imminent, the optimum equitable rate of production for each controlled source of supply, whether or not any rules and regulations currently in effect should be considered for revision, or if additional rules should be considered, other matters brought before the Commission over which it has jurisdiction. I will note for the record, there was no response from those present. Director Bengal.
Okay, couple of things we have to go through real quickly. I know it's late in the day. Minutes from last meeting will be posted on the web page as approved. You have two letters from you in front of you, from DOT PHMSA. They were addressed to Chairman Langley. But these are two letters, that were sent, reviewing our underground storage program and our natural gas pipeline safety program, that we received 100% on both of those reports. As we have a good program. I thank Gary Looney and Brian Brown and Ryan in Ellenberger and Fort Smith for assisting Gary and having a good program for that. We look forward to potentially, if we need to change our statute to include liquid pipelines also in our program, which will allow us then to regulate CO2 pipelines, should the CO2 industry commence here in Arkansas. The last thing we have to prove is our minutes for our meeting agenda for next year, 2024. You have that for you. We're proposing, given the actions today concerning the lithium royalty hearing, the January 23rd meeting would be here in North Little Rock, in person. That would be the only change to the list you have before you, and proposing that all the meetings begin at 9 a.m. In that basis. That would be one less meeting at Fort Smith, but given the circumstances, that's the easiest change to make. So we have your approval for this hearing schedule as proposed with that one change. Do motion. All the hearings will start at 9 since so you can come down the night before and stay. There's no problem with doing that. Hot Springs one is 1 p.m. But you can stay the night after.
So do we still gonna have one in Little Rock on the 25th?
Of June? Yes.
The only change is.
The first January 23rd one.
And is it 10 o'clock or
9 o'clock. All of them will be 9 o'clock.
Okay. It's gonna be where now?
Here. And that's the purpose of that change.
March.
That one. The one in Hot Springs is the racetrack convention center will be at 1 p.m. All the hearings, North Little Rock, Hot Springs, or North Little Rock, El Dorado, and Fort Smith will all be at 9 a.m. We'll strike that 10 a.m. start time red in the agenda, redo the agenda. So do we have a motion to approve that with those changes? Little Rock in January in person.
Go ahead.
In person. That's all that I have.
Oh, man.